Yes, it's good to see you all again.
Who's... Yet he is no ordinary man.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the Sydney One Piece Regionals. We are here at the Hertzville Centre. I'm joined by Kevin. Kevin, how are you this morning?
Pretty good. Going through all the morning formalities and we're ready to play some One Piece.
Yeah, sounds good. All the players are sitting down ready for their round one. We have, I believe, 512 players, so it is a fully capped event, which means we'll be playing 9 rounds of Swiss, unless there is one undefeated, which is probably unlikely, but we'll see how the day goes. We just get ready to start round 1. But this is exciting for me, Kevin, because this is our first time we get to play OP11 and commentate that for you guys, as well as this is one of the first events in the world where the new starter decks are legal. So obviously there's 6 brand new starter decks that came out. We got Bonney, Blackbeard, Yamato, Buggy, Shanks, and Black Purple Luffy. And we're keen to see some of those decks in action.
100%. It's going to be exciting to see how the meta's been shaken up. It's going to be a lot of new techs. And yeah, we'll get into the gameplay straight away.
Let's go ahead and start round 1. It looks like players are setting up here for their round 1. We have Anthony playing green Jinbe, which is one of the new OP11 leaders. I am super keen to see how this goes. Fishmen have a lot of really strong cards that just really are underutilized. So it'll be cool to see how they all interact. And then we have Gabriel playing green Bonney, which was one of the decks that got some great support in the new structure deck. So I'm keen to show off all these cards for you.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be very interesting to see what cards were included. I know there were a lot of new cards that came in that weren't necessarily all going to be included, varying power levels. So it's interesting to see which ones were kept in, which ones weren't. And yeah, on the Jinbe side, those Jinbe cards were for a while just underutilized. They were very good, slightly overstated, just had too much of a downside to them. But now with this new leader and with these new cards coming in as well, it'll be interesting to see whether or not it can be pushed up to that higher tier.
For sure. And for those of you who do not know what the Jinbe leader does, let me pull that up on stream for you all. So Jinbe is a green Fishman and Straw Hat leaders. If you have 6 or less cards in your hand, set up to one of your Fishmen or Merfolk type characters and up to one of your Don as active at the end of your turn, which is a pretty cool effect. And it's unfortunately it only targets Fishmen and Merfolk, so we do have to have strong Fishmen and Merfolk cards. So we'll see what Anthony has cooked up for us. I'm really keen to see it.
Yeah, definitely. There is a huge benefit to being able to reactivate a Don at the end of your turn. A lot of the events come into play. A lot of the general power level is for one Don you can get 3k power in a lot of these decks now. So it is the magic number of swinging in 2k above your opponent is kind of, when there's a Don up, it makes the math a little bit harder. So it definitely does make it more interesting and to see what does happen. So generally just a Don up and pass from both players. No one-drop Bonney on the Bonney side is a little bit rough, but we do see this Tashigi coming down.
Tashigi is one of the really strong cards in green. It protects your board from being, or your green cards from being removed by your opponent's effect by resting itself. So quite a strong card, especially when a lot of green's strategy is to slam 8-cost kid, turn it sideways and kind of go, you can't kill me. So not being able to remove the 8-cost kid is quite strong. And green is a color with not too much removal. So it is definitely one where protecting kid, or having a way to protect kid, makes it even harder to kill kid, because you can't even kill the Tashigi quite easily.
Yeah, for sure. So there's a few cards like the Don Resonate as well. The 2-drop is a very similar effect, is where you can carry this instead of the card being carried. So just green having more options to play into that is huge. It means the survivability of your cards, when not being swung into, is a lot better now.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. We do see Anthony play down that 2k Hachan. It probably means his hand isn't very good, unless this has some spicy strategy we're keen to see. The good thing, though, is because you can re-stand it at the end of your turn, it's something that's not really a liability to be swung into. So it does mean that Anthony's able to force his opponent to swing into his life, which is a quite strong thing to do, especially if you're trying to play 8-cost kit. I'm not sure if he is.
Yeah, free poke, as we like to call it, is definitely good. So the ability to not lose cards or have them be threatened is very good. So if you have a 4K card in rest mode, it's generally going to be easier to remove that than a 5K leader. Very hard to defend. So generally don't want to leave things in rest mode that are weaker than your leader, because it's just a more efficient swing for your opponent. So being able to restand that and just essentially get that one card out of hand every turn is huge. So we do see the new SR Jinbe come down. Beautiful card. Does a lot of work in the pre-release. So on play, if your leader is the Fishman or Merfolk, you get to rest up to one of your opponent's characters with a cost 5 less. And then once per turn, one of your Merfolk or Fishman characters can attack a character on the turn it is played. So essentially giving a card like a mini rush. It definitely helps with this board-centric focus that this deck likes to have. Unfortunately, having to eat the first couple of hits there, Anthony does have more than 6 cards in hand, so it does mean he doesn't get that restand effect and untap. So maybe giving a bit of an indication to Gabriel that his counter in hand might be a little bit lower than he likes. And so we have to see what Gabriel can do with that information.
For sure, but this Jinbe being an 8K body makes it quite hard to remove.
8K for 6 is a very nice stat line to begin with, and having effects on top of it makes it a very powerful card.
For sure. And cards like that Rosinante are one that Green really wants to stick on the board, especially when that 8-cost kid is around, because the Rosinante has an effect that when one of your rest mode cards is KO'd, you can trash Rosinante instead. So even if the blocker is rested, it still has that effect. So if you swing big into kid, you just don't get to do much when that Rosinante is around. So Anthony clearing that is quite strong. We do see the 5-cost carrot come down, which will stun one of Anthony's 7 or lessers on play and on attack. So it looks like there's a good chance that Jinbe is not going to become active for a very long time.
That is true. It does still get the activated main effect, which is nice. Can still give like a mini rush to something else. But we'll have to see. So you'll need to be able to rest some characters to get that effect. It'll be interesting to see what the next card coming down. Is it just another Jinbe? Is it a 5-cost coming down? It does seem to be the 5-cost Fisher Tiger. The effect this character can attack characters on the turn in which it is played, so a similar effect to the 6-cost. And then on play, if your leader is this leader or another one with the same typing, rest up to opponent's characters a cost of 6 or less. So a lot of this, it does seem Jinbe is very much board focused of, I'm just going to rest your characters on play and then swing into them with everything I can. So going in for a nice 9K into that 6K, asking for 2 2Ks. And just saying, well, you're going to rest something anyway, so there's no point in me spraying that Don. I might as well just put them all under the biggest attack and just swing into it and just see what you can do about it. Look into Gabriel's hand. It does look very, very sparse of counter. Only having the 1 2K, I think, in hand at the moment.
And I mean, that could be a problem when you run a lot of high-costed cards like Bonney tends to do. Once it gets to the late game, it plays cards that are quite annoying, but down in the early game, I mean, these cards aren't doing much, so they can fill up your hand, but Bonney is very good at getting to the late game with a high life total due to that leader effect, so it can be a little bit greedy in deck construction.
Yeah, for sure. So up to the 8 Don.
I believe it's 9 for Gabriel.
9, yeah, can't do math. Just swinging for a poke with a 5, playing 9 for that beautiful Shank. So when this card came out, it improved the Bonney deck heaps. It gave it that removal was kind of lacking to be able to deal with some of these bigger threats, especially cards in the mirror where the Bonney mirror just turned into play big boys and just turn them sideways. Similar to, I guess, what the blue-purple mirror is like now for Luffy. So having this card just means you now get a removal, on-tempo removal, plus 11K swing next turn. It's definitely...
It's a very strong card.
Very strong card, very strong tempo play. If you feel safe to play this card, you're normally in a very strong position. So 4 life for Gabriel, he's in no threat of dying.
For sure, he is tapped out this turn. I don't know what that means in terms of how much pressure Anthony can put on, but playing another Fisher Tiger down to rest and then swing into the Tashigi. This deck has a lot of board control for low to the ground cards. However, I don't know how strong it will be dealing with all these big bodies that we can see Gabriel is going to throw down at some point. So unless Anthony has his own big bodies to kind of match tempo, it could get a little rough. But this seems like a good turn for him to apply some pressure, put on the pace. He has 3 more swings he can do into leader at the moment. And we know Gabriel's hand is not very strong on counter. Anthony probably doesn't know that, though.
That is true, yeah.
It is a quite hard decision to make. We do see that come down. But the other thing is you don't really want to swing big numbers into Bonney, because if you do, Bonney just goes, okay, take, kid.
Yeah, correct.
And that is definitely one of the strengths behind Bonney as a deck. But we do see another new card. The cool thing about having new decks like Jinbe on stream is I can't tell you what all the cards do.
Yeah.
So we get to show off a bunch of really cool cards. So we do have this new Arlong, which is if your leader is a Fishman type and you have 3 or less life card and your opponent has 5 or more rested card, reduce the cost of this card in your hand by 3. So it's a 7k body for 4 Don, which at the end of the day is just good stats, right? We like having big numbers like that. Looks like Anthony chose not to swing with the Fisher Tiger or the Hachan, leaving 2 Don open. So he probably has some sort of defensive event coming down. Either that or he didn't want to give Gabriel too many cards just for Gabriel to slam a kid. Because that is always a scary thing to happen for a green player.
Very interesting, the not swinging the Fisher Tiger. Maybe just not money, just going, okay, you can only remove 1 of my cards at most this turn, and I need them next turn to then swing. If we do see the kid down, we actually don't see any real defense for that kid, except for that 2-cost beige blocker. So it'll be interesting to see whether he chooses that. We do see the new 10-cost Beppo Lore in his hand he's considering playing. We'll bring that up right now. Because lots of new cards, lots of new reading. On play, rest up to your opponent's characters, and the characters will not be active during your opponent's next refresh phase. Your opponent has 2 or more rested characters. Your leader gains 2 cost power to the end of your opponent's next phase. So we do see the general principle behind Bandai going, we're just going to give every leader more power now. It's an interesting thing where like a 5k baseline for a leader, unless your leader does a lot of things, it kind of just struggles into a lot of decks now. You see like UP becomes 6, GP Luffy becomes 6, Black Purple Luffy is now a 7k base leader, Whitebeard's coming back because it's 6 base. Just like 6 just seems to be the new standard number for a leader. And so you see a lot of these 5k leaders either having to do insane things or having to play a different type of strategy into these decks.
Yeah, definitely. And Shanks also got a new 9-cost Shanks, which does give itself another 2k. So Bandai was like, let's make everyone 7k. You know, let's share the love. But I think one of the reasons Anthony chose not to swing last turn with that other Fisher Tiger was he was very worried of a 9-cost Shanks coming down and then a jam of the other 9-cost Shanks into the Fisher Tiger, pretty much removing his whole board. So it was quite a smart choice by Anthony. However, the problem was Gabriel had another choice. Yep. He wasn't locked into the 9-cost Shanks. He had the Lord Beppo. His leader's now a 7k. So it is quite a rough spot for Anthony to be in, but looks like he's eyeing off his own Lord Beppo, maybe stunning his opponent's Lord Beppo. I mean, it'll be a big body. I guess that is what green comes down to these days.
For sure. He will get the 7k boost as well because he will have 2 rested characters, which is nice. So being 7k in return, the leader poke is kind of non-existent at that point. You don't have anything in rest mode that can be poked into. So essentially nullifying 2 attacks with 1 card is always a very good outcome in these green mirrors. But it definitely, the decks do run light on removal. It is definitely just the Shanks is like the premier removal for the deck. So it does just come down to, okay, at a certain point, we both have lots of characters on board. I'm going to just start loading up Don, and you just got to show me that you can get out of these swings. Otherwise, you do the same.
Yeah, for sure. It is definitely a rough spot to be in if Gabriel has those Shankses and Anthony doesn't. Because this Lord Beppo was able to stun the Arlong next turn. And then if Anthony plays something, Gabriel can just play another Shanks to kill it and start swinging big into leader. So it definitely looks like the tempo is on his side. And whenever Gabriel leaves a Don up, just being able to pretty much pretend one of Anthony's characters does not exist is also just really strong and quite hard for Anthony to come back from. We'll see what he decides to do. It looks like he's playing 2 Don to slam down a Van Decken. This is one of Fishman's best card. Now, for those of you who do not know, this is a card from OP06 when the Arlong deck first came out, and I kind of love this. I, as a green law player, tried to make this work in green yellow law, but obviously I don't have enough Fishmen, but Jinbe has so many Fishmen. You may trash one Fishman type card from your hand or one the Arc Null from your hand or field, KO up to one of your opponent's rested characters.
That's insane.
That's a very
I
good
didn't know
card.
this card existed.
Yeah, it's a very good card.
It shows how much Arlong I've played against. Okay, sorry, that deck has way better removal than just Shanks. Who needs Shanks when you have a 2-cost KO anything in rest mode?
It is definitely very strong. However, the tax behind it is you do lose 2 cards in hand, and it's not a body on board. So while you do get to chuck a lot down behind the rest of your cards and swing big,
I do think Gabriel just got essentially punished this turn for that. He's going to say, okay, we're going to remove this one card, get good tempo, play out a blocker, and just swing a few times in your leader and just go, okay, we're fast approaching the clock that is this game, that is coming down to who's going to just start swinging face and ignoring board.
Definitely. And the spot that Anthony has got himself in is now Gabriel can't swing the Bonney into any cards on the board. Whichever card that Gabriel chooses to swing into the Lord Beppo is probably just going to get redirected into the beige. So Anthony's going to start his next turn with 3 characters that can attack. That Heartcharn's kind of been sitting there for the whole game going, I will be relevant at some point.
When's it my turn?
Yeah, exactly. And because Gabriel only has 1 life and he can only stop one of the 4 potential attacks coming down next turn, it is a little bit rough for him, but he does have a lot of cards. Like this Lord Beppo, if he decides to play it, it means he doesn't get his leader effect. So Anthony can just like load up Don and go, I'm down, I'm ready for this game. But versus if he decides to do something else, maybe he doesn't get the removal, he's eyeing off that 8-cost kid, but doesn't have too much defense. It's only really that beige, which isn't the best for the deck, because you really want to protect the 8-cost kid with the Corazon or with the Dashiki, which Anthony very timely removed in the early game.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely one of those things where in green you kind of do need to like front load these cards. Sometimes you don't really have everything is pretty cost efficient and fair in green for the most part. So being able to play one off the kid normally isn't enough in all of these matchups. You do need to have 2 or 3 of these blockers to then defend it efficiently. So he did try and get a little bit greedy to play them out early, and he did get play into it in the wrong deck where Jinbe just rests everything and KOs it anyway. So definitely the surprise factor of Jinbe coming through there where it's like, oh, I don't know what my opponent does. Oh, it's punishing me. Oh, no.
Definitely. And that is one of the new cards from the Bonney structure deck, that 2-cost Beige blocker, which is surprisingly good for all the green decks that want to play this card. It simply just says if you have 6 or more rested cards on play, you got to draw 1, trash 1. And as I said before, this Bonney deck is running a lot of bricks because it's able to get to the late game quite defensively, but sometimes those bricks are too many. So just that easy cycle makes it really good. It's essentially a blocker that replaces itself because this dead card in hand is never doing anything. We see the 11k swing come down, and Gabriel's potentially thinking, I don't know how much longer I can survive this kid's potential. There's still not too much counter in Gabriel's hand, so this kid's kind of a bluff on his end.
It will be interesting to see everything. I guess every resting card does. If you want to rest the block, you do have to spend some amount of Don to do that. So it would be, okay, well, like, what is the number that's coming through after that straight into the kid? It's like, okay, cool, you've taken out the kid, but then like you're not swinging into my leader with very efficient numbers either. So it's like you have to find this balance between how much am I swinging into the kid for versus how much am I leaving behind to then do something else for the rest of my turn. So if I just spend the whole turn removing the kid, he plays another one, and he just swings 5-12 into my leader again. It's like, well, I've just lost 2 cards and again, no advantage on the board. It's a very tough spot to try and balance.
For sure. And when you look at it, Anthony is on 2 life, and Gabriel has 2 really big bodies, and those are hard swings to counter out of. So Anthony has to play the game of, okay, well, I want to remove this kid quite badly because it's a really big body that can pressure me next turn, but I also can't invest too much Don in case his hand is just full of counter and I lose next turn no matter what I do.
Yes.
So it is quite hard, and doesn't really matter how many blockers or Don Anthony leaves open, because in the green mirror there's always Hody Jones.
Hody Jones.
There is always Hody Jones. Rest the Don, rest the character. Looks like Anthony is tapping 7. Maybe he's going down for his own Hody Jones. Rest the Don plus rest the blocker. this is quite a risky play because Anthony is required to take the life, which does mean it is a lot easier for Gabriel to kill him next turn if this kid is not removed. However, if this kid is removed, then it's kind of 50-50. It's kind of like, all right, I'm just going to split between my Law and my Leader, which could still be too much for Anthony because he doesn't have too many cards in his hand. So it may come back to bite him. He's just going to go straight 11 into Kid. That's going to need basically 2 2Ks out of Gabriel's hand. We see 1 2K, and we see 2 1s get thrown down. 1-1, and he's got a couple other ones in his hand, so he's probably going to choose which one of these to throw down. Just looking at Anthony's hand there, it doesn't look like there is too many counter cards. In end of turn, we restand the Hody, restand the Don, and Gabriel gets to restand his entire board. A rough spot to be in. Anthony was probably just thinking, I don't really know what I can do here. There is the 10-cost Law Beppo. It would have been interesting whether protecting himself, stunning one of Gabriel's bodies and protecting himself for a turn so he has a bigger body to swing into Kid might be more beneficial. But that also just gives Gabriel a turn to go blocker, 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 and play a lot more defense on this Kid. So I think it was kind of from Anthony's position. Look, I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. Let's just see what happens.
Yeah, for sure. I think Anthony was kind of in the position, well, this is my best out to winning the game. Sometimes it's not about prolonging the game. Sometimes it's about I need the best chance to win. If I have a 20% chance to win the game by doing this versus a 5% chance if I go another turn, you always just take that 20% chance, even if the game doesn't go as long as it could have with that 5% chance.
For sure. Anthony did just take the 9K swing from Kid, counters out of the 7, and it looks like we're going to have an 18K. Oh no, we're just having an 11K swing from Law, but that is game 2. Gabriel Bonney was able to outlast Jinbe, the other green deck. Look, I think in Green Mirrors, Bonney's always going to have that upper edge just because of the lead ability, but we did get a great showing from Jinbe, just showing, look, I am going to remove all your early bodies, so if you don't have too many cards out with that 8-cost Kid to protect it, I could win. Looks like Anthony is showing off some of the cool stuff he can do with his deck. He has that blocker Law, which plays down for 5, can pick up the Vanderdeck and play it back down to KO something else, which just sounds like an insane combo. If we saw it there, being able to kill the Kid because there was no protection behind it would have been extremely nasty. Anthony would have got another blocker there, would have been able to swing a couple times into life. And that would have been nasty.
Yeah, that would have been a huge
That would have been
a
very big tempo swing. And even if you just saw another Vanderdeck, and I'm sure that's a 4 of in his deck.
100%.
I don't think we saw Anthony play any searches there. Don't know if there is any Fishman searches, I'll be honest.
Yep.
But look, that was a really cool showing for both these decks. We got to see a look at a bunch of new cards, which was really sick. We got to see the new Law Beppo. We got to see the new 6-cost Jinbe, the new 7-cost Arlong, the Fisher Tiger, the Beige Blocker. It was a real great showing of a bunch of new OP11 and whatever starter deck Bonney is. I'm going to say 24, but it's probably not 24, right? It's like, there's a chance. It's probably wrong, but that's all right.
1 in 6 chance.
Yeah, 1 in 6.
Yeah. I don't know any of them.
It could be a lot earlier, who knows. But yeah, that is our round 1. We've got a couple decent while till our next round starts. So we'll be wrapping it up here for you guys now, and we'll catch you at the start of the next round, and we'll try to show you off some other cool new decks from the starter decks from OP11 as well.
Sounds good. I'm excited. And for all you Purple Luffy enjoy.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the second round of Sydney Regionals. Kevin, are you ready to get right into this game?
I'm ready for some more One Piece, Max.
All right, let's get straight into the matchup and see what these guys are playing. All right, guys, it looks like we're going to have a second game of Bonney this round, but we also get to see the brand new purple Luffy.
Katakuri.
Oh, Katakuri. Oh my gosh, we have enough purple Luffy. I don't want to watch that yet. Yeah.
Later, definitely on stream. There's gonna be like $1 million, don't worry, guys. But for right now, we have some fun stuff.
Yeah, Katakuri was one of the leaders that was on the box art. Has one of the best cards in the new set in that 8-cost Katakuri.
For sure.
And I am keen to see this purple deck in action. Katakuri is my favorite character in One Piece, so anytime I get to look at it and watch it, I'm happy.
Ah, that's why it's on stream. I understand everything now.
I don't have bias. I don't know what you're insinuating there, Kevin. But these players are ready to go. As you guys know what Bonney did from last round, let's show you guys what the new purple Katakuri leader does. So this one obviously came out in OP11, and let me pull up this beautiful alt art for you guys. So it has a when attacking / on your opponent's attack once per turn, Don -1. Look at the top card of your opponent's deck and give it plus 1000 power for this battle. Now, to me, this Katakuri has some of the best thematic gameplay that we've seen in the One Piece TCG. For those of you who watch One Piece, Katakuri has some of the best observation haki in the game. Or in the anime, and yellow Katakuri being able to look at your life or your opponent's life. Pretty cool observation haki. Purple Katakuri being able to look at the top of your opponent's deck. Pretty cool observation haki. So it's really cool to see how these Katakuri leaders are quite thematic.
And that's cool. I'm not that far into One Piece yet. Please don't out me. Don't bully me for this. Just up to Fishman Island, so haven't seen Katakuri yet, but he looks pretty cool.
Katakuri is cool. I won't out you too much. Just fake fan, but that's all right.
Thank you.
All right, these players are getting started. Logi opens with a double searcher. You're never too mad when you open with 2 searchers. Let you have a little bit more consistency of a hand. One of the cool cards that Katakuri does have is obviously this 2-cost Katakuri, which we might see later. That is in Loki Search, which just lets you cheat out a Katakuri. If it ever comes down, I'll show you guys the card on stream, but we do see the 5-cost Perisparrow get added to hand, which is one of the core pieces of the deck.
Definitely, this 9-cost Big Mom being searchable in the deck, very powerful as well. So any deck that can abuse like these high-cost purple cards is by default a very strong deck. We'll be interested to see how much he does play into, I guess, the leader effect of, I'm going to play cards to look at your top life and get various effects based off what I call is the cost of the top card of your deck. So whether how many of those are ran, whether any of them are in the deck, maybe I would assume there'd be a couple because like it makes sense to put the good ones in. Maybe don't run all of them. So it'd be interesting to see which ones do come down.
Yeah, for sure. I think some of the ones that we will definitely be seeing is the 5-cost Perisparrow that was just added. That's normally a really good one. It essentially just replaces the Don you minus from your leader, so it's a little ramp and gets you to cycle a card in hand. So pretty strong.
Yeah, for sure. So is the 6 coming through? We'll definitely start using that leader effect. Looking at the top card, we'll now get the dot back. Yeah, one of the hidden parts, I guess, of this leader is you get hand knowledge, which is actually very important again One Piece, where it is all about the math that comes out from these attacks. So just knowing, okay, he has 1 dead card in hand, or he has 2k. It's like you can actually then plan your attacks a little bit better to then go, okay, I can play around this hand knowledge that I have. And so definitely like the more time you put into a deck like Katakuri, the better your memory is, the more you can memorize your opponent's hand. In theory, you could know like 4 out of 5 cards in their hand by the end of the game and go, I win. it doesn't look like I win, but I win at this point. That's kind of crazy. So we have to, definitely one of those things where the better your memory is, the higher the skill ceiling for this deck, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the smart things that Darnell has done this turn is he's gone, well, he already knows this card's in my hand, so I'm going to give him no information and just play it. You know, it's just going to go, all right, I'm going to minimize the advantage your leader gives you. And now we have this 5-cost Pero Sparrow come down from the new set. So this is one of the cards which loves to look at, loves for you to know what the top card of your opponent's deck is. So let's pull that up and read it for you guys. It has an activate main once per turn. You may trash one card from your hand. Choose a cost and reveal one card from the top of your opponent's deck. If the revealed card has the chosen cost, draw one and add up to 1 Don from your Don deck and set it at active. So the way this normally works is we use leader effect. We look at the top card of the deck and like, hey, I know what that costs.
That's crazy.
Pudding gets the Don back, so that's cool. And then we got to do the sequencing, right? So opponents on attacking first, and then Pudding will be able to do her effect. I at least believe that's the sequencing of it all. And then afterwards, we get to use Pero Sparrow's effect to declare the top card. So use it, discard one, we'll discard another copy of Pero Sparrow.
Reveal it's 5. Crazy.
Man, Lockie must be insane with
that's like a 1 in
his
10.
guessing.
It's a 1 in 10 chance though. That's crazy.
I know, I would have guessed a higher number because Bonney has a lot of high cards, but Lockie must have a different mental than we do. But now that's one of the really cool things about Katakuri is Lockie actually got to ramp this turn because Pudding returned the Don from the leader and then Pero Sparrow gained a Don, which is really cool for the deck. But one of the things about Katakuri is it ends up playing a lot of big bodies and a decent amount of them have removal. But the removal is generally 4, 6 or less with that 9-cost Big Mum. So Bonney playing really big bodies could get quite annoying for Lockie to deal with. And especially with Bonney having the Shanks to remove Lockie's big bodies, it's kind of annoying. But that being said, the 8-cost Katakuri gets to restand all your important Big Mum pirate cards. So Lockie can kind of just sit there and go, I have 2 Katakuris, end of turn, restand everything. Nice Shanks you got there, bud.
That 8-cost Katakuri is busted. It goes in every purple deck and says, I get to play the game way longer now.
For sure. When I first read that card, I was like, why do you need a ramp when you're already on 8 Don? But there's so many like just Don minus effects you can abuse and then still be at 10 Don next turn, which I was like, man, this is crazy what Katakuri can do.
Yeah, for sure. Bit unfortunate that the best use of that card is not on the deck, but that's kind of how it goes with these big generic boss monster cards in One Piece. You just choose all the best ones and put them in the best leader and say, here's my blue-purple Luffy deck.
For sure. We see a 9K swing into the Pero Sparrow, Lockie quickly defending it. And we're just seeing another killer come down. At some point, Darnell's going to go, I'm going to attach a Don to each of them and draw 2 cards when I get to block. So definitely setting up for the future. And I don't believe Katakuri runs any like chump blocker removal. It could. I might just not know what the card does. I think maybe there's like a Charlotte Oven, which is a 2K. I don't know if it's actually good or not or worth using if they have chump blockers. But at this point, Lockie just probably wants to play something that is big. Because big cards are good cards.
It's very unfortunate from Darnell's side, having to just do kind of nothing on one of your like first explosive turns as Bonney. No Cavendish coming down. Choosing not to pay the carry doesn't really get that much value. You kind of just like more worried about just getting to that end game. And we do see this new 8-cost beast of a Katakuri come down. Blocker, 8k body. End of turn, you get to restand up to 2 of your Big Mum pirate cards and ramp 1 card in rest mode. So being able to restand these cards, like we saw last game, having things in active mode and not being able to attack into them just means your opponent has to swing into you. It's very hard for you to get starved. You always get these resources replenished. And like you said, like cards like Gum Gum Giant, you normally have to -2 and then you go to like an 8 or 9 Don turn and your attacks get smaller and smaller every time you use your Don effects. It's like, no, I'll flood the board with these Katakuris. I've got two blockers that I get to attack, plus I get all these Don back. It's actually a very powerful card.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know how I would deal with the stress of playing Katakuri on stream. I can kind of just see Loki's face every time he uses Pero Sparrow's effect, and he's like, please tell me I didn't forget this. And like being on stream is stressful enough, and just the extra thing of like, you just look at your opponent's card and you go, yeah, I know what that is. And then you're like, Wait, did I remember that properly? Like the extra stress on that, I would lose it. I would not be able to do that. So props to Lucky for it.
Sure,
and it could be one of the reasons that we don't see Katakuri being played. I think it's a pretty cool deck, but I guess there's like that added thing of, am I gonna remember it right? Oh.
I'm swinging 779. Oh, what was that card that looked to the top? Oh no, is it the 7? Is it a 4? So we do see this Kid Killer come down from Darnell's side. It is a very strong deck. Mainly being used in the Green Wire lore. It's just a searcher on play. And then on attack, you can trash this card to restand money or Don. Huge effects in Bonney. So essentially, your Bonney leader is always live, and the card's already replaced itself. So your opponent kind of has to answer this before they swing if they don't want to have to deal with this Bonney effect. And we do see this Cavendish finally coming down from Darnell's side as well. So finally, he's starting to get this board out that he really needs to be able to threaten the Katakuri player. So it'll be interesting to see where these attacks go and how big they are. So you can't really just like poke anymore into Katakuri just because there's 8k block there. So anything lower than 8, it's like there's no point swinging. I might as well keep this Don up and at least threaten something else. So it will be interesting whether he goes for 8 or 9, whether he wants to save that Kid Killer for a later turn, or he just says, if I need to use it, I'm going to use it now. It's fine. But yeah, just the fact that everything gets restood by, well, 2 characters get restood by this 8-cost Katakuri at the end of the turn. Bonney's effect just feels even worse. Trying to like play around these blockers, because normally one of the strategies is you want to rest these blockers as they're swinging if you're intending to go for game. But when he can just restand all the things you've rested, it's kind of like, well, I can't go for game now, and I've still got the board.
Yeah, definitely. It can be quite rough. But, I mean, that's what Katakuri kind of does and why it's really good. But at the same time, Darnell's building up a big board. Like, we're looking at it, it's like, it's not too threatening. But if Darnell just one turn goes, all right, 8 for Kid, attach 1 Don, swing Cavendish, untap 2, attach 1 to each of my killer, pass Don with 1 turn off, with 1 Don open, Lucky might be looking at the board and go,
That'd be a huge swing turn if we do see that come through.
What just happened here? Looks like we're going to use the Kid Killer effect to untap 1 Don by trashing it. And I'm interested to see what Darnell chooses. There's a good chance he wants to choose the leader so he doesn't get the cycle with the Paris Barrow from looking at the top card of his opponent's deck.
Definitely. I think that's a very heads-up play. It's kind of like what they do into Luchi. Sometimes it's like, okay, I don't mind the 7k swing. I'd rather you not have that 1 not minus effect from Luchi leader. It's a very heads-up play, I think, here, to just kind of turn off all of these like cards that are made for the deck, which you kind of need to see this card. We may see the RNG flip come through and just guessing a number at some point. So there is a bit of a downside, but we do see the 10 cost new Big Mom come through.
Yeah, so this card's really cool. If your leader has Rush, if your leader has Big Mom Pirates, this card gains Rush. So it's a 10 for 12 Rush. Oh my gosh, my pronunciation, I know. It's
such a weird old art.
You know, Big Mom is just eating all the homies. But it does have a really cool effect which synergizes perfectly with the leader, which is on opponent's attack, Don -5. Choose a number, reveal top card of your opponent's deck. I'm going to bring this back up for you guys. And if the chosen number is a card of reveal, same as thing as the rest, your leader gets +2. So as we said,
7k base leader for the turn.
This is what Bandai seems to be wanting to do at the moment. A lot of cards give your leader 7k for the turn, and it works even better with Katakuri because it can Katakuri uses his own leader to get it to 8 for one of the swings. And because of how it synergizes, he can just go, all right, I'm going to use Katakuri's leader effect, look at the top card of your deck, and then use Big Mom's effect to essentially defend it, right? But looks like we're just seeing Shanks come down. Very, very strong from there. I think Lucky might have forgot to use Katakuri to restand some of his bodies, which can be quite rough. We see a 7k swing into the Paris Barrow. It might be worth it here just for Lucky to kind of burn his leader. Oh, he probably use it, wait for the leader to swing. But Lucky definitely wants to use leader effect this turn, so he doesn't have to worry about his leader swinging next turn. So even if he doesn't, use the 1k, could have been quite helpful if Lucky just, cracked the leader ability just to see what it is, because it's going to be the same card
Yeah, correct.
That's in his turn.
You're always going back up to 10 Don as well, and then you can kind of, you don't mind if you can always swing with this category first. You don't need to swing with leader just to get the effect of your other cards off.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like Lucky is looking at the top 5 cards of his deck for another Big Mom Pirates. I think we see a 9-cost Mum, which is amazing to remove this Cavendish, which is going to give Darnell insane value over the course of the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what he chooses. Looks like it is. And now he's kind of put in a rough spot, because if he wants to leave a Don open, he needs to get it back off the Perospero, which means that... Actually, I don't even know if he can, because the pudding might be mandatory. So when he Don minuses with the Big Mom, he gets the Don back immediately off the pudding. So I guess then he has to swing with his Katakuri leader, which might get rested here from Darnell. We'll see a 8k swing into the Cavendish. Lucky probably has another play he wants to do besides the Big Mom. So seeing if he can get the best of both worlds. It also gets cards out of Darnell's hand, so he can't slam a kid at some point soon.
I think it's a very smart play. It's kind of like a mind game where it's like, well, you know I'm going to remove anyway. So when I swing, you might as well give it up. But then if you do give it up, well, I just could do better things. So it's definitely more of a heads up of like, well, I'm just going to get cards out of your hand, force you to Big Mom, give me that life. And then it's kind of like, this is like your backup play that I'm forced you to do. But we do see the second swing coming through, just saying, yep, I have that anyway. Plays coming down with the Big Mom, just saying, I just don't want to give you that life. Like, that card is too powerful. I just don't want you to have that 1k plus potential playing at any point in this game. I'm just going to just chill and just play a life and just say, okay, cool, go for it. Deal with my board now. The board is starting to the point where it is massive.
Yeah, which honestly just makes so much sense, right? Because using, giving Bonney an extra life just means if a kid eventually comes down, or, I mean, just in general, Bonney's super tanky, right? So giving them the extra life makes it that much harder for you to actually kill them. Lucky thinking of whether he wants to use that pudding effect or not. He won't, and looks like he'll just restand his 2 bodies and get it back off Katakuri. So I guess it didn't really matter if he got it off pudding or got off Katakuri. He was getting it at the end of the day. Anyway, Darnell's sitting there with just that big old Shanks, but that card in the left of Darnell's hand could make this game end very, very soon. But it is a bit of a risk to play.
100%. If he plays the 9-cost Zoro here, effectively gets to swing for 3 times, puts it Lucky on a huge clock. Yes, he has the Katakuri blocker, but it's kind of like, okay, well, do I then try and like block her up and survive this onslaught of Zoro attacks? Or do I just say, all right, game's over, we're going for it, and then just start swinging in? You kind of have to like metagame judge Darnell's thought process in hand of like, okay, well, if he's doing this for this reason, does that mean he has lots of counter? Or is this his only out and I'm just going to win anyway? So it's a very interesting spot to be put in if Zoro does just come down.
For sure. Darnell thinking of what to do, and Lucky's in this really awkward spot where if Darnell just swings 5, I mean, he shouldn't really be blocking with Kata because then the Shanks can come down, but he's just going to use leader effect. He's like, I want to know what that card is. No more you using your leader effect to stop me knowing what you're going to play. So we see Lucky see what it is now, and he'll be able to play the use the Perospero next turn to at least cycle a dead card if he needs to.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, we do see the 9-cost Zoro come down. It's a power move.
It is 100% power move.
It is a power move. A 9k that can swing 3 times is kind of crazy to think about. In total, Darnell will have 4 swings next turn. 5 swings next turn. Lucky's on 2 life with a blocker. Having to get out of 2 of those swings can be a little bit rough.
For sure.
One card I see in Lucky's hand, which it looks like he has 2 of, is the little chump blocker for the Big Mom Pirates deck. Which I honestly have no clue what the name is, so it might take me a while to find it for you guys. We'll get there. We'll get there. It just says if you have a Big Mom Pirates card in play, this gains blocker, and it's just a one cost blocker, and we really like those. The very strong effects in this game.
I can see a world where Lucky just goes, all right, I've got 8 Don. I'm going to play the last thing I do for my turn is play these 2 blockers. I'm going to just swing even now with my leader plus the Perospero, and then go, okay, you have to now kill me through 3 blockers plus 2 life. You have Zoro, you have the Shanks. It's like, well, Hody Jones is still a card though. That is the scary part.
Hody Jones is always a card, and with Hody Jones is I'm a rest both your blockers, and then I can still use Zoro's effect twice. So we'll still be three swings with Zoro, a swing with Shanks, a swing with Leader, and a swing with Hody, which is scary. Which is very scary. We see a decent enough size swing come down from Leader. I think he's just going for it.
Yeah, I think he's just saying, all right, it is what it is. This is the One Piece moment. Do you have it?
Yep. So we'll Dom minus here. Look at top card of
a free
the
1K
deck.
counter, huge. And he takes it.
That's it. There is no counter. And this is the problem we had with Bonney last game. Both these players in enjoying it. But sometimes your hand is just full of bricks. But yeah, that was a really cool game. We got to see purple Katakuri and what the deck could do. I don't know if you could hear it, but Lockie was saying to himself, I forgot to restand
that one
those two cards, which was a big tempo swing for Darnell.
Yeah,
but Lockie being able to bring it back just because 8-cost Katakuri blocker is a really strong card in this game and in this format, which has a decent lack of removal, especially against green, which only removes rested cards.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think in this meta currently, we're more of a tempo-based meta where playing cards, swinging for just numbers. It's more about swinging into characters, maybe minusing their power, and then trying to get these efficient trades in is more important than pure removal. I think Black is kind of falling slowly out of the meta. Luchi's kind of non-existent, has a really rough time in the Buggy, has some like not great matchups and other things. So like the premier removal decks are slowly fading away. Blue removal doesn't really exist anymore either. It's like a lot of it is just tempo-based. It's like I slam card, you slam card. I slam another card, we swing, we trade, and a lot of it does come down to it's more of this like fundamental game of One Piece of like, I understand the tempo of this game better than you. I understand how the decks draw, and I understand like the average cost and like benefit that each card has in hand. So it comes down to like, over time, I will grind you out. We see these games. Yeah,
for sure. And Purple Katakuri is one of the better decks to do it. Just getting essentially a 1k power on each of your turn and opponent's turn basically makes you a 6k leader, when normally the other swing that they're going to throw at you is going to be blocked with your Katakuri. So you're going to be a 6k leader like Blue-Purple Luffy and like Whitebeard. But you get start on 5 life with no drawbacks, which is one of the crazy things. Most 6k leaders that we see in this game start with 3 life. If you look at blue-purple, if you look at red-purple, I don't know if there's any...
Whitebeard starts... but you're down to 1 life by like turn 3. It's sort of the same thing, you know?
Yeah, Whitebeard's a fun little other mechanic that we have there. But yeah, Purple Katakuri gets to play like those decks while not having the negative sides of it, which is really cool. And being able to steal Yellow's gimmick of healing with that 9-mum just makes you so tanky. So that was really cool to see. But that was round 2. That was pretty fun. Anything you're excited to see in round 3 that we'll look for?
I'm hoping to get some blue-yellow Nami on stream maybe at one point. I'm hoping some of them can come through and get close to the top cut so we can maybe put stream. Excited to see some of these maybe like OPO 10 decks, like the yellow kid deck. That's still really exciting. I know there's some like old rogue decks or rogue decks play around. Like I know there's a blue Nami still undefeated. So Blue Nami's still a deck that exists. You still kind of have to worry about just losing a mill. He's a local player of mine where he's like, I beat everything except Bella Betty. And I'm like, just don't verse Bella Betty. Problem solved. You win the tournament, yeah? He's like, exactly. And I'm like, well, if you get there, maybe you get on stream and you can show the power of this deck to the people who aren't believers.
Yeah, for sure. And if we see any OP 11 decks still undefeated, we'll probably try and get them on stream for you guys. Obviously, we're going to see blue-purple later on, so we'll wait for that deck. But if we can see a red-black Kobe, that would be really cool. Whether there's a green-yellow Shirahoshi, and there's definitely one other leader I am forgetting.
That's just Nami and blue-purple.
Oh, yeah, blue-yellow Nami. That was the other one. If any of those decks are undefeated, we'll try and get them on stream for you guys. But that is the end of round 2, and we'll catch you guys in round 3.
Live life in a flash so fast I dodge bullets. Everything that I got, I work for it. Soaring in the moment, feeling like Michael Jordan. Anything I write could be considered a fortune, cause the world is mine, the world is mine. Everything that I got, I work for it. Soaring in the moment, feeling like Michael Jordan. Anything I write could be considered a fortune, cause the world is mine, the world is mine.
I don't know what to do with hands. It's like the weirdest part.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to round 3 of the One Piece Regionals. We're going to have a fun one for you guys this round. And then we'll show you guys all the UPs and GPs. But without spoiling it, let's just jump right into the game so you guys can see the leaders. All right, so it looks like the players are getting ready to set up. As you can see, we have a red Black Kobe versus blue Nami. Both of these players are undefeated up until this point. And it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a fun one. This might be one of the last non-meta matchups that we are going to see before the room is filled with UPs and GPs at the top. But obviously, at least one of these decks are going to make it to 3-0.
Yeah, 100%. I always enjoy seeing the more random rogue things you can get on stream. It's like more the fun matchups you get at the start. Because you know, 3 rounds from now, all we're going to be seeing is the same decks over and over again, different permutations of these matchups. So it'll be fun to see what can happen here. What can Kobe bust out to counteract this blue Nami, and whether or not he can get enough attacks through.
Yeah, for sure. Now let's have a look at what this red-black Kobe does. So it is a new OP 11 leader. Your sword type characters can attack characters on the turn in which they were played. Which honestly, Nami's not going to have too many characters arrested to be attacked into, but we'll see how that ends up. And then once per turn, if your Navy type character with 7,000 power or less would be removed by your opponent's effect, you may place 3 cards from your trash at the bottom of your deck in any order. Now, if that's the 3 cards from your opponent's trash, maybe this matchup would be a little better for Kobe. But we will see what Kobe does. Because honestly, a lot of the black cards have interactions with hand. Maybe he's running some of the cards that interact with your opponent's trash. Could be quite interesting here. But even like the 8-cost Secret Rare Kobe lets you attack active cards. So maybe you've got other ways to do that. So we can get rid of the Kai's early, get rid of the Margaret blocker, and kind of interact with Nami that way to kind of deprive them of the ways to mill themselves out.
Yeah, 100%. It'll be interesting to see maybe he runs the 6-cost Brook, which lets you put 3 cards back from your opponent's drop into their deck. Some of the old tech cards that we used to run in Luchi to try and get around this Nami deck back when it was one of like the premier rogue decks that you kind of had to always respect being in the room. But that has definitely fallen out of favor recently, so it'd be interesting to see. I know talking to Anthony, he's from one of my locals, he thinks that Nami is actually pretty favored into most of the room. You just have to kind of dodge these aggro decks that do exist to take advantage of the blue-purple Luffy. But other than that, I think he has a decent time and everything else. So it'll be interesting to see how he does go through this matchup and what kind of spicy tech cards he is running now that the meta has adjusted.
For sure. And what we see from the Kobe player is we see the new Navy event, which gets to look at top 3, pick a Navy, and discard the rest, which is a very strong effect for black because it wants to fill up its drop. And then this Ruby is also another good card, like the Big Mom Pirate blocker I talked about last game. If you have a Navy card in play, I don't know if it has to be black or not, but if you have a Navy card in play, you get to... it becomes a blocker.
So we do see something new already from this Nami list that wasn't really ran before. Was this $7 Crocodile? It is the one where you put a Don underneath and all your events cost 1 less. So at back in the, as we said before, it's more of a tempo meta. No one really runs a lot of removal. If you keep that 7-cost Croc in active mode and you say my hand is like mostly if it's free now, like what are you gonna do? Yeah, sure, tap me out if you're green. I don't really mind. I'm just gonna like use everything for free instead. It is a very, very powerful card in a meta where removal isn't heavy.
For sure. We see a bunch of new cards come down for the Kobe player. That is one of the new Navy cards that we are seeing. It's a 5 for 6, and I believe it negs power from your opponent's card, with which Kobe leader being able to attack into your opponent is quite strong. The other one, the 4-drop, I believe, is a blocker that negs power on play. A lot of which really cool cards. helpful into Nami, maybe not so much, but he's just like, I need bodies on board. I need to do something at some point in this game. Starving a little bit against the Nami, just going, look, I'm not going to swing too much early because then it lets you use all of your rested active Don 2 mill cards from your deck, which I don't want to do. You want to force them to need to use lots of Don in one turn instead of a couple of Don every turn. Just forces them to basically do nothing on their turn and pass, and then if you want to build a board, you can pass back and they achieve nothing. It's one of the strategies that it looks like our Kobe player is going for this game.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think it's a heads-up play of not letting the Nami player use these Dons, as you said, and just kind of like going. It's almost a stalemate situation. At a certain point, it does just benefit Nami, as you kind of do need to put the pressure on eventually. But it is interesting to see how do you play around these events. So you have White Snake, you have all the draw cards, the buffing the leader by 1, and so we do see the Gum Gavel
come down.
Gavel, that's it.
It is
GGG is just ingrained in my head as purple now. I was trying to remember what the other G card was.
Yeah, I definitely nearly corrected you by saying Gum Giant, which it is not. It looks like he just wants to White Snake and take the hit there. White Snake just wants to cycle that 1 card, get 1 closer to winning the game. Looks like we got Kaya come down, draw 2 cards, and then trash 2. Trashing that Impel Down All-Stars, which you only ever want in your life, is just a nice trigger, draw 2. And Nami passing with 8 Don open is looking rough.
Yes, it's definitely looking rough for the Kobe player. It's very much you want your Nami player to have to use their Don to kind of like actively do things. But if they just say, yeah, I've got Kaya, I pass, and you're like, oh man, how do I sequence correctly to get through all these events while making them kind of have to waste as much of this counter as possible to actually get through these attacks?
But we see another Sengoku come down. I wonder if our Kobe player is looking for something in particular. I thought that 8-cost Kobe might have been a good play to come down this turn to just kind of, be able to poke the Kaya, let one of the cards swing in. Now playing the Navy Searcher. He's digging for something.
He did.
He's digging for something. I have no clue what he's digging for, though.
Maybe 10-cost Kuzan. Not sure if that's played in these lists. Kind of counteractive. Not really what the deck does, I guess, but if it is a big card, swinging for a big number into Nami is always good.
So I think we found the card. The card he just picked up, Very Good, is a very good card for this matchup. On play, your opponent places 3 events from their trash at their bottom of the deck in any order.
Yeah, and that's huge.
That's massive.
That is huge. If you play 4 of this card, which you would because it's 2K and it's searchable, that's effectively 12 more cards that then have to mill. And if you have a way to bounce that back, either from your trash back to your hand or from the board back to your hand, and keep on playing the same one again, which you should be able to if you're running the other Navy cards in the package, yeah, like the anti-mill strat is pretty real now in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like we see Helmeppo come down, which lets you play 1 card. So he's going to play the 8-cost Kobe, which is the new secret rare. This Kobe on play gives your leader plus 1k until the end of your opponent's turn. And then additionally, on play, one of your characters can attack active characters, and then when attacking, you place 2 cards from your trash at the bottom deck, and one of your leader gets plus 1k. So he let the Kobe attack into the Kaya, which I believe just got Snake Dance back to hand, which is a little bit unfortunate there, but still forcing it to come out on a attack into the Kaya is better than leader. And then Kobe will unfortunately go to the bin at the end of the turn, and we see a 7k swing into leader here. Anthony probably sweating a little bit if he saw what that card was, because you can put, I believe you get to choose with Very Good, which means you can place the useless ones. You can force 3, each time you play this, you can put 3 Impel Down All-Stars back into there. So if Impel Down All-Stars are clogging the deck, it's kind of bad. You're just going, you know what, no, I'm not going to let you have your Sanji's Pilafs back. I'm not going to let you have other cards back. That's if you do get to choose. If your opponent gets to choose, it can be a bit weaker because you go, I'll put Sanji Pilaf back and I'll draw 2 more Sanji Pilaf. But it does definitely make the Nami player have to think a little bit more. Looks like it is over to Kobe.
He just played the same Kyle like 3 times and went, yep, this is good enough.
For sure.
Get through 6 more cards on my deck, not bad.
We will see what he wants to. He's digging for more of these berry goods. He's like, I think what he wants to do is he wants to get Anthony's hand low and then explode with a couple of these berry goods and just say, all right, you got 6 more cards in the deck. Show me you got it, right? But Anthony is sitting kind of pretty, being on 4 life here, even though his hand's a little bit smaller. But Anthony might be thinking, you know what, because of that card, I can't let this game go on, right? Like, I got to be really proactive with my milling here. We'll see a 6k swing into life. 2 Don come down from Anthony and play the Love Beam. 3 or less gets to replace itself in hand. Such a strong card in Nami. I will see a 8k swing come into lead. We're seeing a lot of even number swings come down just in case the White Snake is in hand, because a 5k is a little bit rough, you know, when you just get White Snaked. But we'll see the Snake Dance come, which bounces the Kaya back to hand. We'll see a 9k swing come down, no trigger. Very good. It looks like Anthony gets to choose what he wants to put back.
So he will be putting back, most likely, just potentially 3 of the more useful events. Maybe some defense events, less maybe the Sanji peel-offs. We'll have to see what he chooses. He's definitely choosing one Gavel, one Sanji's peel-off, and another second Gavel there.
1 rubber band.
Oh, yes, that's right.
So he's putting it, so Sanji's peel-offs at top, so he should draw into the peel-off and use it to draw into the other 2 cards. Looks like he just top-decked another peel-off, which is kind of crazy. Be interesting how this game goes from here. But it looks like you can't really tell from this angle, but Anthony's deck looks pretty timey, and he's slamming down these Kayas like there is no tomorrow. He is not, I don't think he's worried about dying at all, and he's not worried about running out of cards in hand. He's just, I want to get through my deck. He's got another Kaya. Will we see that come down? He doesn't have too much defense in hand, but he's just counting his deck, going how many turns. Looks like there's like 10 to 15 cards left in deck, so that's probably 2 turns, maybe 3 that Vanza has. So I think this is his last or second last attacking turn. That he's kind of safe. Even in his next attacking turn, he might lose.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is definitely scary to say. But I didn't see too many milling cards in Anthony's hand. He has the White Snakes, which are really good. They cycles, that's 2 cards out. But I think he needs to draw into a couple more after those White Snakes.
We do see Esteban just get that second very good into his hand, so I think we will most likely probably see that coming down and then just keep on swinging. I do think attacking here first is correct though. You do want to, I guess, give your opponent less options where they think, okay, I'm doing this sequence because I know over these 2 turns I can do it in this way. But if you can kind of surprise them by going, okay, no, your math was off by 3, you now may be able to cause some inaccuracies with how they defend these attacks.
For sure. It looks like he threw an extra 1k onto the Nami, or maybe that attacker gets something on swing. We see the very good come down, swing for 7. This leader being 7k is kind of crazy. 2 White Snakes. You know how we talked about Bandai wanting all their cards to be 7k? I mean, they did it with Nami first, but Nami has to work for it, you know? Nami has to have 2 of their 4 White Snakes in hand, which is kind of difficult to see. See Anthony doing the same thing. Sanji, Gavel, and Usopp Rubber Band straight to the bottom. And we see a 8k swing come down, and that's an easy love mellow. The deck is getting very thin though. That Rubber Band trigger is big. Draw 1, trash 1. That top card of the deck may be close to that Sanji's peel-off. It was Nami. All right, so I'm a couple cards off. It's hard to see. You know, death possession for them top is a little bit difficult sometimes. But we see the Kaya come down, draw 2. That's another Kaya. He might be thinking I can actually mill out this turn. I don't know how many cards are left in that deck. He's going to count for us. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like 8 or 9. So it may not be possible this turn. So now he has to think, how am I doing this defensively? Because he knows there is a couple of Sanji's peel-offs in there, which aren't too helpful when it comes to milling out. But we're playing another Kaya. We're drawing another 2 and discarding 2. All right, so I think maybe the top card deck now is that Sanji peel-off. We're doing our 4th Kaya, bro. This is the board of Kayas. This is Nami player's dreams. That means he's milled no Kayas. Out of all the Gavels and stuff he's played, it looks like he just drew the Sanji peel-offs that he was expecting to. Tapping 3 for Sanji peel-off, draw 2. It'll be Rubber Band and another Sanji peel-off. Sanji peel-off, draw 2. And that will be
Game.
the game.
Damn. That was very efficient. I will say, as people say, oh, Nami is kind of just like draw your good cards, play the cards up. But I will say Anthony knew exactly what those last 9 cards are, mapped out the perfect sequence. He knew the way he was slamming down those cards, he knew exactly he was winning that turn. As soon as he hit those last 2 Impulsons and then hit the stack, he knew what was coming when, and he just went boom, 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 I win the game. So it's very impressive from that standpoint of like, you need to be able to remember these kind of things to play the Nami deck to its full potential.
Yeah, for sure. And 4 Kais, 2 Sergeant Pillar, that's 12 cards through the deck. That's something you're not really expecting a Nami player to do. That is over a 5th of their deck in 1 turn. Seeing all 4 Kais in hand, pretty crazy. But that is the end of round 3. We're going to get the camera back on us at the booth. All right, so what did you think of that round, Kevin? We got to see another OP11 deck get played, which is really cool. So now we've seen 3 out of the 6 decks. It might be hard to get 2 of the other decks from OP11 on
Chances
stream
are dwindling down.
at this point. We probably won't see the blue-yellow Nami or the green-yellow Shirahoshi, but I'm pretty sure we can get you guys a blue-purple Luffy at some point.
Maybe. There might be a couple. Who knows?
Yeah, there
maybe a couple undefeated. Maybe.
Maybe
Maybe half the room. Who knows? At this point, who knows?
Yes, it will be one of the decks that will most definitely coming on stream later on. But besides Blue Purple Luffy, what are you most excited to see throughout the rest of the day?
Definitely, I think, as they call it, the Luffy crew, all 4 Purple Luffy decks will be very present. I think Purple Luffy, the base form, Purple Black has made a resurgence with the new star deck, being able to be a 7k leader was surprisingly huge. You don't really even run black cards in that deck. You just say, I'm a 4-life Purple leader at that point. Green Purple still around, still a very powerful deck. And then, yeah, Blue Purple. Outside of that, I think Bella Belly will always have a really good showing. It kind of just has to dodge 1 or 2 bad matchups, but then kind of just like steamrolls a lot of these other top tier decks. So it's always very much just below that line. And things like Buggy. I think Buggy is the best thing that Bandai has probably done for this card game. You buy 2 of those star decks, you slap them together, you go pay $10 for 6 more cards, and you go, I have a tier 1 deck. That is insane. That is the best thing you can do for a card game and say, I can go play a game now. And that is awesome. So I think Buggy will definitely get on stream at some point. We'll see those. What about you, Max? Anything you're excited for?
I mean, that kind of sums it up. But my personal favorite deck at the moment is Green-Yellow Law, which is one of those weird decks. It has a really good matchup into a lot of those purple Luffy decks and Buggy. But if it sees that Bello Betty, it's rough. If it sees that Bonney, it's rough. If it sees Zoro, it's really rough. So it'll be interesting to see if many of them have been able to manage the sea of early rounds and make it to those top tables where most of the matchups are favorable. So it'll be cool to get a Green-Yellow Law on stream, but no promises because they might have just all got flooded with those early aggro decks.
Yeah, definitely the start of a big regional like this, it's very much a roulette of you can verse anything in the first 3 rounds. As we've seen on stream, you can have Nami and Kobe be undefeated till round 3. It definitely stabilizes. If you can make it through the early rounds of like, all right, I just got to beat anything, and then you got to go, okay, there's going to be 5 or 6 decks I can kind of expect to here from out. Those are the matchups I would want to be practicing the most and expecting. And yeah, you just got to go from there. You just got to pray that it's like, okay, cool. I'm Bella Betty. I made it past the sea of Buggy. Just feed me Purple Luffy. Let's go. Give me all these GGG players.
Yeah, for sure. And we will, on the screen, in between rounds, have some players to watch. So it'll be really cool to have all of those guys try, well, not all of them because we can't physically get all of them, but a lot of those guys on stream over the next couple rounds. The players that you're expecting to be on top tables and the ones that have proven themselves at past tournaments. So I'm really keen for it. But anyway, guys, we'll take a break now and we'll catch you in round 4.
Let's go. Black, here we go now. Batman scoop on the mic, mixing the mix on the wheels of steel. This is what I was fucking born to do. Let's go.
reach for you, honey. You reach for me. For you, honey. For me. For me.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. We just had a great lunch break. Nice long break, but we are back for round 4 of the Sydney Regionals. How are you feeling, Kevin?
Fed and ready to go.
Ready to go? All right, let's get right into the match that we have for you guys. All right, so we have 2 top players for you guys. We have Choyang playing Blue-Purple Luffy and Ben playing Blue-Purple Luffy. I told you guys we would eventually get this deck up on stream. It is one of the new leaders from OP11 and arguably the best deck in our current format. So we're going to see a lot of it. This is our first showing today.
Yeah, 100%. This walking through the top tables, it does seem like this is probably making up the largest share of the undefeated at the moment. 3 rounds in, there's still a lot of undefeated players, a lot of decks to go through, but definitely the power is there and it's putting in the showing that it deserves.
For sure, it looks like Ben will end up going first, which is normally ideal in the Blue-Purple Luffy mirror, so I assume he won the dice roll and chose it. They're just thinking on their mulligans now. Now, this deck can be quite slow for the first couple of turns, but it ramps.
Yes,
I mean that
sir.
in 2 ways. It gets really strong,
Yes,
but it
sir.
also gets extra Don, extra fast. And looking at Ben's hand, he does have a couple of those rampers, which we will show you guys when they get played.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely does come down to who it becomes a race to, who can get to that end game quickest, who can get to that key point of having 8 Don before your refresh phase, before you get to get add-ons, so you get to use that busted leader effect. And then who can start flooding the board with these big cards. So it'll be interesting to see if there is any tech from either player for the mirror and where these attacks go. A lot of the time it does come down to you kind of just poking back and forth. You both have access to the most busted card of the game, arguably, Gum Gum Giant. So it's who has access to more of those. How do you stack the top of your deck when you use this leader effect? Well, actually, why don't we get the lead up on the stream just so we can remind people what it does quickly. So if you're at 8 or less, if you have 8 or more Don at the start of your turn, before any of your start of turn phases, you get to look at the top 5 cards of your deck. You get to add in a Straw Hat card. Correct me if I'm wrong, Max?
Yeah, a straw hat
card. And then you get to add it to your hand and rearrange those 4 other cards any way you like and put it at the back, at the bottom or the top. So there's a lot of strategy around what do you grab, what do you show as information to your opponent, what do you put back on top that you know you're going to guarantee draw for turn, what do you want to put at the bottom, what is the risk of chaining things together. There's a lot. The complexity of this deck, it is very simple to start. You just go, okay, ramp, 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 do some stuff. It's the end game of how do I position myself better into this mirror of, okay, I know what I'm drawing, I know one of the cards my opponent has. What have they been doing with the rest of the cards? Do they go to the top or the bottom? And then what information can I glean from how I position these attacks?
For sure. And when Blue-Purple Luffy came out in Japan in OP11, all of the decks were running the 3-cost Zorojo from OP05. However, later developments that have happened out here in the West with the new starter decks and a couple more aggro decks coming out, this 3-cost Doffy blocker has been a popular addition to the deck. It allows you to stack the top 5 cards of your deck and choose, rearrange them. You can put top or bottom any order. And what works really well with that is because you're not drawing too many cards before you get to 9 Don, is that will let you sometimes stack for your first Sanji all the way on your 3 Don turn, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah, correct. Because you have to have this 8 Don before you get the +2 for your turn at the start of the turn. Generally, if you're on that weird curve where you're on 7 and then turn you go to 9, you really do want to play this Sanji at 9 if possible. But if you don't know where you're going to flip into, sometimes it's just not worth the risk. So now playing this blocker Doflamingo, being able to kind of plan out the next couple of turns, the next couple of draws, and potentially pop off earlier, especially in the mirror, is a huge benefit.
Sure. One of the cool things about the mirror and what Ben has done, he's already ramped twice, so he has 7 Don at the moment. He's on 2 life, and he's left 2 Don open. So he's pretty much telling Choyang, if you swing and I have this Thunder Bagua in my hand, I get to ramp. So Thunder Bagua, up to one of your leaders characters get plus 4k for the battle. Then if you have 2 or less life, you gain a Don. So because of this, because Ben just left his Don up, doesn't know, he may not even run the card in his list, Choyang's not allowed to swing because otherwise Ben goes to 8, gets to use leader effect, and draws an extra card as well as stacking for Sanji, and the game's probably done at that point.
Yeah, for sure.
So we see a 7k swing come down with 8 Don remaining. We see the 8 cost Katakuri.
We saw this card earlier in the Katakuri deck. It is primarily being used in this deck, and it is a powerful engine piece that allows you to, while using the Gum Gum Giant, it minuses 2. It lets you get back up to that 10 at the start of your turn after playing something like a Big Mom. So generally, if you didn't have this card, you would go play Sanji into Big Mom, go down to 9. If you then want to use Gum Gum Giant, you would then go down to 7, and then you wouldn't get your leader effect. So it actually means you get to draw 1 less card while using this event. But because the Katakuri says, okay, at the end of the turn, you get to put 1 back rested, you get to ramp back up that 1 you would have minus with your Big Mom, and you don't mind going back down to 8. That's the sweet spot. So it actually fixes a lot of the issues with this deck, and is essentially it's kind of like the silent key piece of this deck. Like, yeah, Sanji and the Big Mom are the flashy cards, but if you don't have that Katakuri, the deck just struggles to function sometimes. So it is definitely more of a key piece than you kind of realize when you first start playing this deck.
Yeah, for sure. That Katakuri is super strong. Ben having the first 10 Don turn. He was able to grab a Nami off the top 5 search and then stack a Gum Gum Giant to the top. He was able to draw for turn. So you basically get to choose 2 cards and draw them both. And I believe he also stacked the 8 cost Katakuri to be the top card of his deck. So if he has a Sanji, we'll be able to see why this deck is so strong in a second.
Yeah, 100%. So something, I guess, kind of like it's one of the things you may miss is the fact that instead of just saying, oh, I can search for this Gum Gum Giant and add it to my hand, I'm going to just search for another piece, a 1k or potentially 2k, and just leave that as my draw for turn, giving less information to my opponent so he doesn't know that I now have that in hand. Even though it's like, you always leave 1 up, and it's like, you can always threaten the use of the Gum Gum Giant. At least by not just grabbing it off leader effect and drawing it for turn, you leave that little bit of a doubt in your opponent's mind. You don't give them the guaranteed information.
Yeah, for sure. So we just saw this 9 cost Sanji come down, which is a super strong card. You look at the top card of your deck, pull it up again, and if it has a cost of 9 or less, is a character with cost 9 or less, you just get to play it, which is kind of crazy when you combine it with this leader, which rearranges the top 5 cards of your deck. So when Ben stacked the Katakuri to the top of his deck and played the Sanji, he got a 9k and an 8k body, and now he has 2 8k blockers that get to restand at the end of every turn.
Yes, the restand is huge. You get these free 8k poke into your leader. You're eventually asking for 2 cards every turn, or a Gavel, which does net you cost 0, but there's only 4 of those in the deck. You will run out of them eventually, and a lot of it does come down to, is it worth using now? Should I be blocking and giving a 1k? If I rest the character early, does that give my opponent the opportunity to then kind of pivot away from playing more characters and going, well, you only have like 4 or 5 cards in hand, and are you really going to waste one of your 4 Gum Gum Giants on saving this character? I can just swing into it 3 or 4 times instead, and just bleed you out of resources. And then if you can't reestablish your board after that, it doesn't matter that I haven't done anything to your life. You just have you have nothing left to do.
For sure. And we didn't see any big cards in the top of Ben's stack there. So now he has a tough decision to make. As he's going to put it at the bottom, and he will, which means he's playing blind this turn. He draws 1 for turn. He adds that gear 2 to hand, and he got one of the best cards I think he could possibly get in this situation, considering he doesn't have any big body plays. He gets his pudding, and most puddings get run as a one-of in these blue-purple decks, and he just slams it. And when you're playing a game of resources, getting your opponent down from like 8 cards to 5 is super strong. And if you look at Choyang's face there, he's like, man, you had that.
Is a rough one.
You had that.
Yeah.
I think it'd be even worse if Ben lets him know that it was the blind top deck. That's definitely a little bit rough. But still, this board state is kind of insane. Both players have had the same turns, right? We went 8 cost Sanji, and then we went 8 cost Sanji, 8 cost Katakuri, then 8 cost Katakuri, then 9 cost Sanji into 8 cost Katakuri, and then 9 cost Sanji into 8 cost Katakuri. Very strong deck. These plays are very strong, but what you'll notice is when one player has more Sanjis than the other, their board gets a lot bigger, a lot faster. And that is a pretty strong turning point. So if Choyang's able to develop another Sanji plus something this next turn, it could be pretty nasty, but the extra pressure he's getting this turn from Ben is going to be very rough, considering he only has 5 in hand and 1 life. And these Katakuri blockers, they're not doing too much. Like, sure, you can block, but you need to keep them alive, so you still have to give a 1K. So it's like these are 5K bodies, you know? But back to OPO1, we're playing 5K bodies, but
when you're both swinging for big numbers, the big number on your blocker doesn't matter as much anymore, for sure. And it does. You can't really block this leader swing. If he blocks this leader swing, then Ben can just go, okay, well, now I'm just going to swing into his rested character. I don't actually want to give you cards now. I want to bleed you out. I've already taken you from 8 to 5. I can now take you from 5 to 1, potentially, if I just use the 5 remaining Don to just go, okay, big swing into your rested character 3 times, and it's like, you're in a very rough position. So I think it's a very heads-up play to, you need to counter the leader swing, because now you can just still swing leader, like, you still probably just swing leader, but you can do, like, 10, 10, 10 instead. But the math is easy. You know what's coming. You can choose when to block instead of having to block every time.
For sure. And putting the pressure on now, it's kind of in this position. Thinking whether to go 9 or 10. Looks like we're just going to end up swinging 9. Ben thinking how much Don to put under, how many cards should we bleed out of Choyang's hand. We're getting the block and the 2K, and now Ben gets to decide, am I removing that Katakuri this turn? Am I attaching 2 Don to another Katakuri and swinging? Does he have the giant in hand? Is this Don going to be a waste? Because if I put it down and then I don't have enough Don for defense, it's going to be a bit scary. We'll go 10 into that Katakuri. Guys, just chatting, enjoying.
Yeah, Choyang looks like he's in a fair bit of pain here. He's going, yep. Blocking was rough, but if I did not block, I was probably going to lose they're going to have to block anyway. That's the tough position he's been put in right here. Like, yes, the Ben had a slower turn, but changed the momentum of his game. It's like, yeah, okay, I'll just sing 10 now. Another 10 now. It's like, okay, give me that gavel. Do something about it. And now it's, yep, leaving 2 open, just saying, I've got plenty of defense. I've got the gear 2. I've got my own gavel. I reset my blockers. You're never winning the game. We're never ending the game on this turn. You have to figure out how to stabilize this board and try and claw your way back into this, frankly, horrible position.
For sure. And looking at the top 5 cards of Choyang's deck, there's no Sanjis, so that's not good. And I don't think he had one in hand. We have the Giant, which is probably like the next best thing to grab. It'll be interesting to see what we stack here, because the difference... Okay, we want the Giant, putting the rest at the bottom.
Yep.
And we're going another blind.
Another gavel. Good defense.
Another Giant, that's pretty good. That's a good defense. So we'll see what we go. But our hand's just not very good. And when we have to tap 9, double Giant doesn't do much, especially when we're on 0 life.
Yeah, so I do see the Big Mum coming down here, though. So it will be... So probably just a block and a 2K here, potentially. Maybe he wants to cycle cards. Probably not. You just always save those, so... That Nami... Is it 2K?
Yeah, it's a Nami 2K. That's one of the promo ones that we got. And I think got reprinted in the live action binder and then got reprinted again in PRB. They're quite hard to find at the start, but eventually we got the cards. And it's a cool 2K. It bounces a 3 or less, I believe, for 1, which is not bad. It's really good to remove opposing chump blockers. But
or
now...
Belly
yes.
Belly attackers.
For sure.
Also searchable. Very, very nice tech card, I think.
Definitely. If you look at a lot of blue, purple Luffy lists, you'll see a lot of them run 4 Utsuhachis and then like a random spread of other 2Ks. So it's pretty cool to see, because all of them are searchable with them being Straw Hat off your leader. So you can choose which one to keep in your hand for different situations. It looks like we'll see Ben get a Gum Gum Giant and then bot deck the rest. He's happy with his hand. He wants to see specific cards, and those cards were not in the top 5 stack. But his board is scary, and Choyang does not have many cards in hand. He has 4. I'm very interested to see whether Ben goes, I want to push my advantage and swing hard at face with board, or whether he's going to end up swinging board into board. We do see the 1K come down. That is a 9K from Nsanji, so it's hard to swing into it. We see the 10K down into leader. My guess, if Choyang blocks, we'll see Ben just swing into the cat and just go, no, I want to get rid of that this turn. But we see the Gum Gum Giant discarding a Gum Gum Giant, I think.
I think his head was 3 thumb. Yeah, his head was 3-3 or
That's a bit rough. I think Choyang needs a little bit of a poker face.
No, that is brutal. Drawing 2 dead cards, and he's like, yep, yeah.
We'll see a 10, a block, and a die.
Yep.
This is a bit of a quick blue, purple Luffy mirror, but we see the all-in on the Katakuri, a very dead hand, and the players laughing at each other. Blue, purple Luffy, it can be quite a steamrolling matchup. Once one of you gets ahead and the other one doesn't, it's very rough. But that was a really cool game to watch.
Yeah, I think the pudding was definitely the turning point. Just resetting that hand from like a bit of a sculpted 8-card hand down to 5 random cards is a very brutal position. And then he also had all the attacks to pokes to go through. So it was actually, even if he did have other plays, I actually think that pudding was still the correct play. Even if he had another Sanji, you just go, this is the turn I can put the pressure on, and go, it is actually really hard to recover from this point.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we'll get the camera back on us, and then we might have a look at a couple of deck lists from other tournaments that we might see. All right, so yeah, that round was really cool. The 4-cost pudding was crazy, and that being a top deck, that must be one of Ben's favorite moments from today. Just going, I've got nothing to do this turn, and whoop, oh look, I get to discard 4 cards out of my opponent's hand. I'm pretty happy with that and apply a lot of pressure. So that was really cool. But now we'll try to show you guys some deck lists that we'll think will pop up for the remainder of the day. It might take a little sec to get this set up, but Blue Buggy is one of the decks that, as Kevin mentioned earlier, came out in the starter decks and is quite cheap, and you can just get 2 starter decks and pretty much smash it together and have most of the deck there. Why don't you take it away with the Blue Buggy, Kev?
Yeah, definitely. So a lot of the strategy revolves around, you want to get to that point where you have 4 other characters on the field, you use your leader effect, pay 5, discard a card, and play this 10-cost 12k Buggy. It says, on play, you get to bottom deck one of your opponent's cards, but it bottom decks itself if you don't have a full board of 5 costs or more. So to enable this with the new starter deck help, they give these new 4-cost cards. There are blockers, the Alvida draws 3 and discards 2, but they all have the similar effect of when this is on your field and your leader is Buggy, it becomes a 5-cost. So it really helps out with 2 problems that Buggy really had was, A, you don't really have good plays going second. All your stuff is either 5 costs or 7s. You kind of did nothing for the start of the game, and you just had like dead cards all the time and just like lacked this card draw. So really fix that problem. You can really efficiently go wide and then just be slamming 10 after 10 after 10 and just bottom decking, building this massive tempo. I think the other key card that was introduced is 8-cost Crocodile Mihawk, giving you once per turn board protection against any kind of removal in a deck where you need your board to survive to kind of like function at its full power was huge. And yeah, as a Luchi player, I was sad when this deck got released.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one of Buggy's worst matchups before used to be Luchi, and now it's kind of the opposite. It is probably one of the best matchups that Buggy can have, and that is purely because of the 8-cost Croc Mihawk, like Kevin mentioned. The other really cool card is the 4-cost Buggy SR. So the 8-cost Croc Mihawk also plays one of your 4 or lessers from hand. You can play the new Buggy SR, then use this effect to discard a card from hand to play a 6-cost. And that lets you play the 6-cost Crocodile and Mihawk SR, which draws 2, discards 1, but importantly is a blocker. So let you survive a little bit of aggression just by getting a free block every turn with that Mihawk. But anyway, yep, this is Blue Buggy. One of the decks we'll hopefully get on stream a little bit later. Let's check out another deck.
All right, Max, why don't you take Blue, Purple, Luffy away? We just saw on stream. Give us the rundown. All
right, so this is a list that was probably pretty similar to what Choyang ended up running. We have the 4 Doflamingos, which, as I mentioned in the game, is able to help stack your deck early as well as defend from aggression and allows you to get a nicer, cleaner first 9-cost Sanji off. But the idea of the deck is it wants to get to 8 Don as fast as possible. And the reason for 8 is your leader says at the start of your turn, if you have 8 or more Dons, that's before you get your Don for the turn. You gotta look at top 5 cards of your deck, rearrange them, add a Straw Hat to hand, and then you play the 9-cost Sanji and build a really big board. And the busted cards you get to play off the 9-cost Sanji is the Katakuri, as we saw there was 2 Katakuris on either player's board in that last game. The 9-cost Linlin, which is really good. It heals you as well as removing one of your opponent's body. Against aggro decks, a lot of times you just kind of have to starve them. They might be at 6 life at one point while you're at 1, but when your board is full of Katakuris and you've got a couple 9-mums, it does not take long to get there 6 life down to 0. As well as that, the deck has this 5-cost Nami, which says draw 3 and bot deck 2 cards. This is still a very good card to play off Sanji. It's a blocker that you're happy to lose, and if your hand is just full of bricks, you're able to get rid of them by bottom decking them. Blue-purple Luffy, though, one of the best decks in the format, and it just has so many options because your leader is a top 5 search every single turn. All right, we'll get one more deck list up for you guys this round. Green, purple, Luffy. Now, GP Luffy is one of the decks that came out in EBO2, and it dominated all of EBO2. So it's really cool to see it stick around for OP11. Its leader is insane. Don -2, your leader gets plus 1k until the end of your opponent's turn, so you become a 6k leader, and you restand 2 of your Don. And the only caveat is all of your bodies have to be straw hats.
Yep.
So you can't have any non-straw hats on the field. Now, it's really strong with the 5-cost Sanji Pudding, because Sanji Pudding says when 2 or more of your Don is removed, Synthesize is really well deleted. It's like they're printed for each other or something. You get to get 1 Don back in active. When you have 2 of these out every turn, your leader basically just says untap 4, get 1k, which is insane in terms of power level. We do see in this deck a lot of searches, which makes it so consistent. You've got the green Nami, which searches top 5 for a straw hat. You've got the 3 events, which searches top 3 for straw hat, as well as the 4 merry-go sages, which draws 1. Very consistent deck. Oh, and don't forget the 4-cost Zoro. It's a body as well that searches top 5 for a straw hat. So super consistent deck for green, purple, Luffy. But that's the decks that we've got for you now. We'll show off a couple other decks during the later rounds. Everyone, and welcome back to round 5 of the Sydney Regionals. I've still got Kevin with me. Now, Kevin, what's your favorite deck at the moment?
Blue Yellow Nami.
All right, what's your second favorite deck?
Luchi.
There we go. That's the
Hey,
answer I was looking for. All right, let's get into this round where we still have a undefeated Luchi. Round 5, they are 4-0.
Yeah, Beiji.
All right, so we have these players here ready to start round 5. Both these players are 4-0. Had a sneaky laptop on the table that just running out of the way. But we have Luchi. Tyson is one of the better black players that we've had. He's always consistently on black. He just loves that play style. So it's cool to see him going, you know what? Buggy's not scaring me. I'm sticking with it. Blackbeard's not scaring me. I'm sticking with my Luchi. And Nick, one of the great players that just keeps on playing whatever is in his eyes the best deck, and at the moment that must be green, purple Luffy.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you're a Luchi player, if you do dodge the Buggy, you can have a successful run. You do have a lot of good matchups into a lot of these top decks. A lot of them are a bit close, but that's just by definition of Luchi. You're never just going to win a game. You're going to have to grind all of it, but you always feel like you have some sort of control, which is the reason I love the deck as well. And then GP Luffy on that side, like personally, I think this deck has a higher ceiling than blue-purple Luffy. I think if you grind games and get good enough, I think you have more skill expression in green-purple Luffy and can push the deck further than for say, if you just are grinding blue-purple instead. It is a very interesting matchup between the two. The early turns do come down to can Luchi find their pieces they need to be able to minus when the minusing cards like the Kuzan and the Laboon, and then on the green-purple Luffy side, it's like the field is the most important card. So when you play down that first Saji pudding, can I play enough fields to make this stick? So normally one is honestly not enough. If you can go either 2 or even maybe 3 fields, you just go, I'm drawing a card, doesn't matter. I don't need them. I need all of them this one turn. I'm gonna make this Saji pudding at 11 cost. Good luck.
For sure, and we'll see how these players go. It looks like Tyson is going first. So that was the choice of Nicholas. And honestly, I think going second is good for the GP. But let's get right into this game.
Yep, so we do see there's not too much. We'll just have to see whether Nicholas got any of these searches. It does look like he has a couple options in hands and see which ones he does first.
For sure, one of the really cool things about GP Luffy is, as I mentioned before with the deck list we were looking at, there are so many searches in the deck. There's the 1-cost Nami, there's the 1-cost event, there's the Zoro Juro. Overall, just so many consistency pieces that we have.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely, as the Luchi, going first does kind of stifle your curve a little bit. You're more on like an aggressive removal curve, less on the minusing curve. So if you go second, you get a lot more of these on-curve Kuzans and Laboons, way to minus. Whereas if you go first, you have more of this. You have less ability to minus things, but you have a very strong KO curve. So you get to go play things like Brook into potentially like Rebecca Hina, swimming with the Brook and poking into your leader. So it's definitely much more in an aggressive way if you go first. Generally like to play the deck. Whereas going second is more of a control-y way, I think.
Yeah, for sure. We see Tyson come down with the Shigi. One of the great ways to play Black Luchi into green-purple Luffy is just stack as many cards on the board that can minus your opponent's cards turn after turn. So you can set them up early because GP doesn't have too much removal. And we see the stage coming down here from Nick, which means he doesn't have the Zoro Juro. So it's a little bit rough, but could be better, could be worse. We see a 5k from Nami come down. Tyson taking the life. He's like, more options. I'm in love with this. See another 5k swing. We'll see the Absalom. That is not a card
that is
I
spicy.
expected to see. But honestly, I can kind of understand it. With Gecko Moria banned, Luchi does kind of lack cards that can KO stuff. And because you only have the 4 Luchis, you're not going to be able to do too much more after that, right? Like once you lose the 4 Luchis, if you don't have the Man Cherries, you don't really have too much. So having the Absalom is probably only like a 1 or 2 of, but it's just like extra Luchis, you know?
Yeah, correct. And it's retrievable off the Rebecca. It makes it like you can essentially always have access to it as a drop, which is nice. And we do see the double swing come through, play Kuzan down, just draw a card and just go, okay, you took a slow turn. I'm in a great position to then just play these cards, which will help me in the future. So we'll have to see whether Nicholas has the Sanji putting them down. He definitely does have it in hand. And we'll have to see what else he does after he does play this card.
Yeah, for sure. One of the really strong things that GP Luffy can do is on this 6 Don turn, they pay 5 for the Sanji pudding, and then they use Leader's Effect. Now, using Leader Effect, they put 2 Don back. You know, it looks like I'm just saying exactly what Nick's doing. 2 Don back, get 1 back from the Sanji pudding, and then our leader gets a +1, and then we tap 4 Don, and we play the 4-cost Zoro Juro, which Nick might be looking to do. He's going to swing 6 at the Dashigi first. Tyson thinking on whether it's worth to counter it or not. He's like, nope, I'm fine to leave it. Using the stage, it looks like, to protect the Sanji pudding. So it is now a 7 cost. So Tyson can quite easily bring that down to a 2 cost with Kuzan plus Leader Effect. So it's whether Tyson has a way to reduce the Zoro Juro by 3 to be able to use Luchi to clear them both.
Yeah, 100%. It is. I do think that Nicholas Morlack would rather have just played more stages this turn, being able to increase that cost of that Sanji pudding. Because if the first one sticks and you play a second one the turn after, Luchi's in a really rough position. Like, it's just like the amount of momentum they start building with all these extra Don to be able to play more cards. You're kind of doing like a mini Gecko where you're flooding the board for like all this like extra energy that you shouldn't have. But we did see the Jack in Tyson's hand, so I can imagine that he'll be just minusing that, putting down to a 2 cost, and then he'll just be doing the Jack effect, just removing that, saying, okay, show me another one. I've got these 2 bodies. Being a 4 life is very nice, actually. You definitely want to take the first couple hits if possible, if your hand's not too bad, because that just gives you the ability to go, okay, I have more options to then protect my battle cards, which are definitely the more important piece of the puzzle right now.
For sure, and looking at Nick's hand, it's a little bit rough not having another Sanji pudding to come down this turn. Tyson still being on 4 life with a thick hand means he's got a decent chance of protecting this Jack or this Kuzan this turn, whichever one Nick wants to target down. And Nick kind of has to have a choice. Am I developing bodies this turn, or am I trying to remove his bodies so he doesn't just auto-clear all my bodies?
Yep.
And I guess that's the predicament that Luchi puts GP in. It's like, if I see a couple of these pieces early, I want to play cards that force you to remove them. If not, you lose your board.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. We do see the Gamma Knife in Nicholas' hand, so it is a pay 2 -1 Don, minus the power of a card by 5,000 power. Effectively saying I can swing into anything and clear it. Not having the Sanji put on the field does mean that you do just effectively lose the Don, and it is a little bit of a slower turn, but I think just doing this to the Jack, just saying the Jack is gone, and then when afterwards you can kind of just put the rest of the Don into this Kuzan and go, okay, we're both resetting the board. Tyson now needs to produce more threats. Otherwise, it will then just gradually swim back into Nicholas's favor.
Yeah, for sure. The rough thing for Nick, though, is if he wants to use Leader Effect, that's another 2 Don gone, which means he's actually lost on this turn.
Yes.
One thing that GP Luffy really wants to do is it wants to very much minimize the amount of Don it loses each and every turn. And without those Sanji puddings, it's really hard to do. And because Nick had to use the Gamma Knife, because this Jack is a problem card, there's not much choice he had. So he had to lose Don. Using Leader Effect is going to be rough if he does. See the 6k into the Jack, it's dead. Now, Kuzan versus Luffy Leader, we'll see how much cards out of Tyson's hand Nick wants to go. But he still has to develop another body. Otherwise, that Zoro Juro is gone.
Yeah,
and that's
sure.
not helpful for Nick.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was a very heads-up play that Tyson defended the first 3k swing into that Jack, saying, effectively, by defending this for 1k, it is 1 less attack you're now doing into my Kuzan, and my Kuzan's more likely to live. So I gave up 1k for this. It looks like, oh, it's going to die anyway. What's the point of that? But it's effectively just saying, I'm guarding my Kuzan for 1k instead of a 2 or a 3k that I might need to give if I let this die and you have 2 swings into this Kuzan instead. So I think it's very smart planning of the turn. I know you want to remove both, and to do that, you need to be able to give me some... You need to be able to use your Don, essentially. But yeah, going down to 4 Don for Nicholas here it's gonna be very rough. I think it's gonna potentially set him back a little bit of tempo, but we do see that he was able to remove the Kuzan, so I think he's in a decent spot as well.
For sure, but only going to 6 Don next turn can be a little bit rough when Tyson is sitting at 9 Don right now. So the Don is 9 to 4, which is kind of crazy thing about, and Tyson's still at 4 life. So he's got a lot of options behind him. One of them is that Man Cherry. Maybe he can get back the Jack, play it down again, kill the Zoro Juro. Maybe he wants to go for a Luchi line with the Rebecca get some other cost reduction in that way. He also has the Shirahoshi blocker with Luchi. That's another line. So this is a crazy thing about Luchi. It's so many combo pieces, but it's not like a 2-card combo, right? You have 5 different 2-card combos that can all intertwine with each other. And so you just have so many choices to make, which is one of the hardest decks to play and has historically been that.
Yeah, 100%. We do see Tyson eyeing off the 4-cost Shirahoshi. Card that was introduced a little bit during BY Luffy's domination era. It's a 4-cost blocker 1k, but on play you get to minus something's cost by 4. So essentially you were saying, I'm going to Rebecca Hina you, but I don't need a Hina on the drop to be able to do this. So you kind of like pseudo increasing your copies of Rebecca Hina by just playing this card. So it is very nice in spots like this where it's like, I just see kind of spot minusing, but I also want to have a bit of defense behind that as well.
For sure. Tyson thinking how much Don he wants to swing. He's just going to go 5 into the Nami, cost reducing, I'm assuming the Zoro or something like that, or he's just like, it doesn't matter, I'm removing the board anyway. Play the Shirahoshi, reduce Zorojuro, pay 4 for the Rob Luchi to KO the Zorojuro. We've got to bot deck 3 cards to do this. Interesting, he left the Don up. I'm very curious what he's going to do with this one Don. I think he has a Man-Cherry in hand, so maybe he just wants to play in the Man-Cherry and the next turn be able to use its effect for 1. But one of the really refreshing things is if we go back 3 months, this turn would have been Tyson plays Gecko.
100%. Yeah, definitely. I think not understanding your opponent doesn't run removal, or if it does, it's very rare. You're relatively safe to just go, I'm going to play Man-Cherry. You can't really do much about this. I'm just now going to next turn, pay 1, get back any card I like, and like you get into this cycle when you're versing the Luchi and they have a Man-Cherry, and I'm like, okay, well, I only have 2 swings. Am I removing Man-Cherry, or am I putting these attacks into your leader to try and actively get you closer to win the game? It's a very weird position to be in.
For sure, and it looks like Nicholas is very much actively playing that Nami. Wants to have a body to swing into Man-Cherry. We got the Sanji putting back down, which is good. We'll see the Don -2 come down, restand to get another Don inactive. The crazy thing about Luchi, though, is it kills the 1 cost for free, right? So this he needs to play a second Nami, or it didn't really matter, right? Getting that 1 extra body is kind of pointless unless Tyson has a way to clear both the Sanji and the Zoro. That seems a little rough with what his current board state is, because he needs at least 4 for the Luchi, probably 4 for a Laboon to reduce the Sanji pudding, and then 2 Don. I don't think if there is a 2 Don that can -3. Well, I mean, there is. There's the 1-legged soldier, which is in Tyson's hand, but I don't think he has all the pieces. I think he needs 1 Don for his leader effect. For his Man-Cherry effect to get the Laboon back. But we'll see. Tyson's a better player than me at Luchi, so I'm keen to see which route he goes for.
Always hard to predict what a Luchi player does when you look at the hand and they have about 6 different options they can go through. You're like, I think this is what I would do, but I don't even know. And then you just kind of sit there and you just theory craft a bunch of different lines. And I think that's one of the most enjoyable parts of the deck for me. We do see the 6k swing come into the Zorojuro. Just going, okay, I want to understand kind of like what your hand is like and how, whether you're giving me 1Ks or 2Ks, and we do see that 2K come down. Holding on to the searches and going, I need to filter into my deck more. I don't really mind about these blockers or these 2Ks. I'd rather just keep the searcher for next turn and just start building this wide board that Luchi can struggle to deal with.
For sure, swinging 5 at life, that doesn't do anything, but Tyson just looking for the -1 on the leader. And then thinking what he wants to do, he's eyeing off that Toy Soldier. So maybe he has the full combo. Well, Toy Soldier to reduce this, so it's a 4 cost, and it looks like we're just slamming Jack. We just want Slam Jack. We're happy to remove just 1 card. It's a big card. We will KO this Sanji Pudding. We have a Cycle 1, and that 10 cost Kuzan he drew is very massive. Use our last on for this Man-Cherry. Unfortunately, Man-Cherry does not remove Frankie from the board, but make it a little bit stronger. Bottom deck 2 cards. It looks like we'll see the Jack and the Man-Cherry get bottom decked. I'm very interested to see what he grabs back, whether it's a Laboon for cost reduction, whether he grabs back a Rebecca just for more options next turn, whether he just grabs back a 2K because that's what he needs. 4 cards in hand. kind of rough. It's kind of rough. And the fact that at any point, Nicholas can just say, you know what, I need to try go for game. Gear 2 secret rare.
Yep.
swing is scary. So Tyson always has to be wary of that. And just the amount of cards in Nicholas' hand is absolutely crazy. Like, Tyson every turn has been like, oh, got to remove your board, got to remove your board. And Nicholas is like, all right, my board's gone. Anyway, I'm going to play it again, draw back up and not lose cards in hand because Tyson hasn't been able to develop a Don onto his leader to swing effectively.
Yeah, so we do see the Nami player, Nami Searcher come back down. Just trying to refill his hand, probably looking for that Sanji pudding. We do see, was that 2? That is the last 2, so he will be bottom decking 1. So knowing he doesn't have access to that last Sanji pudding in his deck will be an interesting thing for Nicholas to play through later on if it does get to that point. Having 7, 6, 7, I can't count, 7 Don up, we'll just go for Luffy Taro Sanji pudding. Pretty strong play. You get a lot of value out of these cards. You can then minus the 1. The pudding will get the 1 back active. And then potentially be able to use leader effect as well to then restand 2 more.
For sure. So we got to wait till we use the leader effect to get the 1 back from Sanji pudding because you have to remove 2 or more Don.
That is true, yes. Thank you for correcting me.
So it looks like Nick's at final. It's crazy just how little Don he's playing with, but he's like, it's fine. I don't need Don. I untap like a 3 Don a turn, right? So I'm essentially still playing on 10 Don. I'm just playing on 7 plus 3 Don instead of 10 Don.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely more of a poke strategy than like an all-in strategy because you're like, your Don total is less to work with, but you can always just spit out a board and then just go poke.
Yeah, very similar to what we saw with a red-green Smoker. However, we have cards in hand, unlike red-green Smoker, which is cool. See the Frankie swing, and because Nick has less Don than Tyson, he gets a Don back in rested. So helps offset the Don minuses that we see. And Luchi staring down a footboard is kind of scary. I'm not sure. I don't think Tyson is too pleased to be in the spot he is, but maybe he is hoping that that 1/10 cost in hand will be enough to get him back into this game.
It will effectively remove 2 things with that Jack. It won't be, unfortunately, the Luffy Taro and the Sanji pudding. It'll be the Zoro and probably the Sanji pudding, leaving the Luffy Taro. But if he doesn't need to use this blocker this turn, he can kind of just go down to 1 life safe-ish and go, okay, I've got a blocker. I now have Jack. I've poked you for 5 and 6. And it's like, what pressure can you put on? Definitely the secret will be pretty devastating for Tyson's side. I think Nicholas hasn't seen one yet. Potentially only a lot of this. Oh, he actually doesn't land. I lie. Lots of lists only run 2, I think now. They've slimmed down the deck to try and make space for other tech. But I can definitely see that coming down next turn if Nicholas wants to push through for damage.
We'll see another Mary goes. Like, I want this Sanji pudding to live. Unfortunately, it still won't be enough. We will be able to just reduce it down to the perfect amount to be able to clear it with Jack. But what we saw there was we nearly saw a very rare black trigger. I'm kind of surprised Tyson didn't go for it to be able to kill the Frankie for free with that Tempest kick in life, KOing a 3 or less. Tyson just doing the math on what to do. He may consider going for a Tempest Kick double removal line. Now he has the second one in hand. Tempest Kick taking that Sanji pudding it down to 6, then down to 3. So it's now a 3 cost. Can remove it with the Jack, which looks like it's what's happening. Removing it with the Jack, KOing, and boom. There goes 1 of the cards. Now Tyson still has 4 more to worry about. The leader swing into the Frankie might deal with that, or maybe the Luchi swing into the Frankie, but the Frankie's probably going to go as well, and it's just whether we can get the Zoro Juro / the Luffy Taro down and out, but it will be hard. We can try with, Shirahoshi plus Brook can reduce and kill a 5 cost, but that's still just not enough. We really want to get rid of that 7 cost Luffy Taro, but I guess we'll settle for removing the Zoro if that's all we can do.
Yeah, put it down to 6, kind of essentially when the minusing doesn't matter, you just go, yeah, sure, that's fine. We could definitely just see the Shirahoshi come down, minus the Zoro Juro down to 0, and then just go Rebecca, grab back a 2k, play out the Brook if it's still in hand, which it is, and then just go, okay, I'll swing 6 into Frankie. Your board is now a Nami plus a Luffy Taro. I have 3 blockers up, 1 life. Like, do something about it, essentially. Definitely, Nicholas can produce a lot of attacks and a lot of board very quickly. But it is definitely developing into a very interesting situation where it doesn't... What is correct isn't very obvious to... It's obvious, very obvious to us, but it's very interesting in game, like trying to figure out what is the correct sequence of things, or what am I actively trying to do?
Looks like we will see the Rebecca come down. I was wondering whether we would see the Rebecca come down or whether we will just see the Brook come down. I guess what Tyson's thinking is I'm probably going to play over either the Rebecca or the Shirahoshi because I don't think he can afford to lose the bodies, but maybe that's what he decides to go for. But he's just going, I'm happy to play this Rebecca down, get a 2k back, and then play over it. So I'm just swapping the Rebecca for a 2k.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's okay to just remove the Luchi here. You'd rather have the blockers out just because you do know that the secret rare can come through and swing a lot of times. You just want to be able to keep board as well as life if possible. And it's having 3 blockers just means like you can effectively keep everything alive. Any attack that goes into the Brook, you block. Any attack that goes elsewhere, you can choose between blocking and giving out counter. So I think this does give him the best shot of winning the game eventually. But it's a spicy situation. Like, both players are probably thinking, I don't know whether I'm winning this game. Look at Nicholas's hand. He now has double secret rare. I think you just play one for the turn. I'm not sure whether playing Uzuhachi into it is good enough. Maybe you just have to think, okay, I've just have to go for game at this point. But it's a very, very tight situation to be in.
Definitely. And Tyson's probably thinking, if my Brook can survive and my Jack can survive, and I just block with all these cards, and I can slam down my 10-cost Kuzan next turn, I might be in a really good spot because Brook can remove something, Jack can remove something, and the Kuzan can remove something. That's in total 3 bodies going down on Nicholas's side, which will be quite rough. Nicholas going for the search. He knows every time he Don minuses now, it's Don minus for good because that last Sanji pudding is at the bottom of his deck. So every time he uses leader ability, that's the 2 Don he's getting back at the start of the turn, but everything else, that's going for good. We're minusing that Don. We're going back down,
yes,
which is quite rough, especially if he wants to use his effect on the 6-cost Sanji, which is probably what he's thinking about. He's probably going, all right, do I want to take this life? Because I have the Giants, I'm probably not dying, but at the same time, if I Giant plus leader plus do the 6-cost, that's minus 6 Don, which is probably a little too much to do in one turn.
Yeah, we do see the Electric Lunar in hand, I think, though, that will effectively lock the board for a turn, and you go, okay, if you want to play anything next turn, you have to replace over something. I can just play my Secret Rare, play Electric Lunar, and just pass and go, okay, turn up, yeah, I minus 2 Don, I'll get it back, and then I can go for lethal the turn after, essentially.
The only problem with that is Jack's at 11 cost. Good old Jack being a 11 cost, not able to remove it with the Electric Lunar. We do see the Uzuhachi come down to just swing into the Shirahoshi. Means we get another body for next turn, and I think we still have 6 Don or around 6 Don, so we can use leader to get a couple extra Don if we need to. Looks like we have exactly 6 Don, and we've got leader plus Luffy Taro plus Secret Rare. We're going to use leader effect, restand to Don, give 1k to our leader, and think.
Yeah.
It's a very tough spot for these players to be in.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see where these attacks do go into, whether they go into the Brook or into life. I think they're probably just getting blocked either way. You're definitely not countering out. Maybe into life you can argue you want to take it. Going down to 0 life is always scary, though. I would just imagine we do see the block coming through from either of the characters.
Yeah.
And then ask, okay, what's next?
For sure. I think the awkward thing is Tyson kind of needs to leave a blocker going into next turn, because if he doesn't, then it's quite rough if Nicholas has another 6 cost and Tyson has to tap out for his Kuzan.
Yeah, definitely. You can defend this here with the 2 on the one hand. Having 1 card left in the hand, you do have to block, though. You can remove full board, though, with the Kuzan that is in hand, but 1 card in hand, 1 life, no blockers. If he just has second secret hand in secret Luffy in hand, it's kind of just over at that point. You can mathematically just win the game at that point.
For sure. Nicholas definitely doing a great job at applying the right amount of pressure so that Tyson never has a chance to slam that 10-cost Kuzan. Not seeing it exactly on curve was kind of it. Tyson's trying to find a place to be able to play it. He's trying to set up blockers and then defend enough for a turn so he can play it in a following turn, but it just hasn't been enough. We see a 6k swing into the brook. Very smart here from Nicholas going, all right, I know I'm not killing you, right? You have a blocker, right? 6 is not enough. That's a 2k. I want more than 1 card out of your 4-card hand. If you want to save this, I want 2 cards, or I want that blocker.
Yeah, 100%. Very heads-up play to effectively, like you said, get more cards out of hand, diminish that, and then go, okay, if you're playing this for this 10-cost Kuzan, then all you can do is do that. You don't get to remove my full board without the Brook. It's a very tough situation. We do see the block come through. I could see a world where Tyson just goes, I have to go for game now. I don't know if I can survive. Kuzan's definitely not the correct play anymore. He does have the Rebecca in hand. There are probably lines where you can remove enough of the board with the Rebecca and just go, maybe this is enough with 1 blocker. It's going to be very tough, especially now that the Secret Rare is an 8 cost. The breakpoints are very tough in Luchi sometimes. You only just scrape by to most of them at most points in the game, especially without having that Tempest Kick in hand to bail you out.
For sure, and we don't see anything like the Hina in the discard, which isn't too helpful. And yeah, obviously, no blockers, can't slam 10 costs because we just stand face after that point. And having such a few amount of cards in hand, I think with 1 blocker coming down, Nicholas can just kind of go, all right, I'm just play another Rush Luffy and swing with it big, and that's kind of the game over. But we'll see some swings come down here for Tyson. What's impressive for me is how Nicholas has managed his board and his hand. He's been on 2 life since like 6 of Tyson's done, right? Which is crazy to say. And he still has 5 cards in hand, right? That's every turn that Tyson has played and removed Nicholas' board. But Nicholas like replace it with cards that draw, with cards that search, and able to keep a high hand size. Now it looks like we're seeing a 7k swing somewhere. It looks like it was in 2 liter. We see the 2k coming down. The Uso Hachi, because you know, plus 1k, strong.
Yep, yeah, for sure. Being a 6k base, especially against these kind of older decks which don't have the ability to get the power pump and the kind of like, I don't want to say a fair game, but like they're already slowly starting to be able to struggle with these like higher base cards. Like Luchi is still the premium removal deck, but you've got to win the game at some point. And the old strategy just going 5-5-5 poke is just, it doesn't really work against a lot of these new decks anymore. You have to truly win board and then win game as Luchi. And we just see Tyson has struggled to do that. Every time he's gotten a slight advantage, it's just been slowly chipped back away again by Nicholas.
For sure, and it looks like Tyson is going to play Rebecca to get another blocker, Shirahoshi, to then reduce the Luffy down to, well, that'll be a 3 cost, which is perfect for Jack. Jack will then draw 1. We'll probably finally see the discard of that 10 cost Kuzan. I mean, we will, but there's the wrong one. And we're going to see the swing of the Brook probably into the Abyss, because it doesn't matter where it's swinging, that Nami is just dead. Yeah. We need to get rid of that Nami. It's just an extra swing. We'll swing and just pop it.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely think the poke of that Nami is very relevant over the potential of my Brook being removed. I think that Tyson's more about losing the game than losing the Brook at this point, and a swing with 5 from Nami is super relevant when you have 2 blockers up. It's just, at a certain point, its number of attacks is more important than the size of the attacks, especially when life is at 0 and hand size is low.
For sure, but I think Nicholas does have the math on his side. 8 kind of needs to be blocked because that's 2 cards out of hand. Then you play the Rush Luffy 7-7. One of those is blocked, one of those is countered. Tyson doesn't have enough cards left in hand to then defend leader plus Uso Hachi.
Yes. Yeah, no, I definitely think that Nicholas will take this. It's just going through the motions and making sure that you do everything correctly. Even there are some times you don't want to rush through it. You want to go, okay, I win. Let me just make sure I do it correctly so I don't stumble the last step.
For sure. And this has been a very impressive game because I would not call Nicholas's draws optimal.
No.
They weren't a high roll draw. They were quite underwhelming. He put his time in. He found his searches. He slowly removed Tyson's board by swinging back into it. Put as much pressure on while not dwindling his hand size. Remained a 6k leader, went low on Dom because he knew he was able to get back up to it late game. He just couldn't lose too many cards in hand. Very methodical, very thoughtful. Each and every step was meticulously thought out, and he's had these Gum Giants in hand for ages, and he's like, if I need them, I've got them. So he also knows that he has that defense kind of going into the late game, but he just didn't use it. We see the block come down with the Shirahoshi. The 6-cost Luffy comes down. We will untap our Dom with leader. Attach 1 to the Luffy, go 8 at lead, Don -2. That's 2 2Ks come down. Restand our Luffy, probably throw another 8. Yep, that's going to be a block, and then we're going to see, I think it's an 8K swing and hope that's it.
And
that's
GG.
Perfect enough. Tyson was close, just unable to get there. If he had 2 2Ks in hand at the end, he was able to make it through to the end. But that was a performance from Nicholas. I will have to say, very, very thoughtful, you know. I remember I played against a Luchi on one of the online events as GP, and I just kind of fumbled. My hand got small. They kept slamming cards. My body got removed, and I was nowhere near as playing as well as Nicholas.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was one of these like fun matchups where it actually does come down to who can play better. Like sure, if someone high rolls, the other one doesn't, but yeah, definitely a fun one.
All right, let's bring it back to the booth while we talk about some other decks we might be able to see.
Yeah, definitely. Man, I just love Luchi. Luchi's like so much fun to watch for me personally. The decision making is always there, and it's you just always have a chance. Like that game came down to 1K counter. It looked so dire at some points for both players, and then it came down. Is your last 2 cards in hand or two 2Ks? No, okay, I win. If what he drew off the Jack was a 2K, he might have gone there. He had to draw and discard, which always feels so bad. So yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that was a rough spot. But let's get some deck lists that we are to see, and this is a green yellow Yamato list that was able to top one of the events over in America, featuring a bunch of really cool new cards. So let's go over it. To start off with, we have the 1-cost Yamato Searcher. So that is a top 5 searcher for Land of Wano, and it has 0 power, which in an aggro deck you might think's pretty weak, but it has a really cool effect. Don ×2. So you got 2 Don attached, it gets plus 3k. So using Yamato's leader effect to attach 2 rested Don to one of your characters, this searcher is now a 5k swing, which is insane. That is really, really good statted card. We love it. Onami always has been amazing in this deck. Give your double attack leader banish. That's crazy. But we now also have Izzo, which is the same as Nami, except if you have 2 Don attached, you also gain a blocker on the Izzo. So having 8 cards that give your leader banish is crazy, but then also able to use it for a defensive angle. Absolutely crazy. The other new cards we got was the Ashura Doji, which says if your opponent has 3 or more life, so opposite to all the other Yamato cards that want your opponent to have 3 or less life, you're able to KO a 5 or less. 5 has been the huge. 5 has been the premier number for such a long time. Of if you KO a 5 or less, you're in a really good spot. So Azure Doll, really good early game, just being able to remove your opponent's tempo plays and punishing them for carrying out of your 5k double attack swing, which they want to counter out of, but you could just, either way it's a punish, right? You take 2 off of 5k, that's rough, or be able to KO 5 cost, crazy. Kikinojo, we already know what that does. The Kinemon's really cool. It's just a 2k, but if your opponent has 3 or less life, trigger play it. We like a trigger play cards, as well as the new Rush Momonosuke. This card is one of the better cards that the deck got. Your turn, your leader gets plus 1k. We like that. That's a symbol you play, your leader gets plus 1k. But then if you're able to return 2 of your currently attached Don to your Don area, Momonosuke gets plus 1k and rush. So it becomes a 6 for 8 rusher, which is really cool. Green yellow Yamato, really underrated. Be cool to be able to see one in action over the weekend.
Yeah, 100%. Well, I think that's about time. We're about to head into the next round soon, so I think we'll just cut off there with this one deck list, and we'll see you guys soon for the next round.
All right, you're going to have to keep looking at us for a little bit. But that is good. What matchups are you keen to see?
Honestly, if there's any decks that aren't Purple Luffy based, I'm down. We're going to see, like, I predict at least 12 out of the 16 decks tomorrow will have Purple Luffy in them. I mean, part of the deck. That's my prediction. I'm calling it out. 12 out of the 16.
You're probably right, but we will see that next round. We'll have a quick break and catch you guys in round 6. All right, everyone, we are back with round 6 of the Sydney Regionals. All our undefeated players are now 5-0. We're getting into the latter half of the day. I'm keen to see some games. Kevin, are you keen to see some games?
I'm keen to see some games. I got about 4 more in me, so that's good. That's good.
That's the right amount of games you got in you. Let's get right into these players. All right, it looks like these players are all set up. We have GP Luffy here versus Blackbeard.
Very interesting matchup. A lot of the GP cards are the searches. A lot of the cards do have the on-play effects. A lot of them don't, though. It is very interesting. A lot of the searches will be not used or can't be used. It is interesting to see when the Blackbeard does start using that leader effect. It does have like a diminishing return against this deck. A lot of the on-plays don't really matter later on in the game. So it'd be interesting to see at what point he does start discarding. Whether he starts doing from turn 1, it's like, I don't want you to have the consistency. I'm using it now. No searches. GP did go first, and he did not play a searcher, which is a good sign, I guess, for the Blackbeard players. Like, okay, maybe I don't need to start using this leader effect, because it is -1 every turn to then essentially stop your opponent from having any on-play skills. But it does come at a cost, so you will slowly lose cards from hand. So we do see just the 5k swing coming through. You essentially just need to keep the pressure on. Against Blackbeard, you always just need to keep this pressure on. We do see the 3-cost Uzuhachi coming down. That is not the rest Uzuhachi, that is the other Uzuhachi. So that is the one that we're bringing up right now, because I've forgotten what it does. I think it is from...
It's from OP05. It's an old one. It does a very similar thing to the rest one. However, it's when attacking instead of on play, and it's also a 2k. So it's a pretty cool card. We see Blackbeard do a top 3 search, gonna add a Blackbeard Pirates card to his hand. So either that Stronger or the Kuzan. Kuzan, a very strong card, as we saw. But one of the crazy things about this matchup is last game that we watched, it was Black versus GP, and GP was able to out-sustain Luchi. And with Blackbeard having to discard a card every turn, that could be really rough for Blackbeard if GP is sustaining so well. However, when GP starts discarding a card every turn, the GP's not drawing cards, so it doesn't have the option to do this sustainment. So it's pretty much going to be the complete opposite of the last game, which was a grind fest, just, you know, doing value for each and every card. In this game, it's like, you use a card, that's -1 in your hand size. You're not getting that card back. The only way you get cards is draw for turn and draw off life. And that's about it. So it'll be really interesting to see the difference between what we had last game versus what we have this game.
Yeah, 100%. Blackbeard does put your opponents on a clock as well. Once you get to that point of, I'm not losing the game, I'm just going 10-drop Blackbeard, 10-drop Blackbeard. Well, I've got 2 12k blockers. What are you really going to do about it now? So it is definitely, the grind is still there, but it's very much like GP definitely feels like it's on... It's on that bit of a time here. We do see the new 1-drop blocker come down from the Blackbeard. Essentially, 1-drop blocker 2k, kind of busted. Bad effect though. On play, trash 2 cards in your hand. Luckily, your leader says, I have no on-play effects. So it's kind of like, that's free. So a very good addition to this Blackbeard deck, 2k, which is essentially the best blocker they can play in the deck is this card now. Only downside is not searchable and does not and can kind of like, when you need it, it's a lot harder to find, but just having it in your hand is often way better than the other ones.
For sure. It looks like Lee, our Blackbeard player, wants to take a couple of these early swings so they have options for the removal. U10 looks like he is on 5-Don. This is normally the turn you kind of want to start playing Sanji Puddings, but it looks like he only has 1, maybe 2 Sanji Puddings in his hand and not much else besides counter and 2Ks. So he's really thinking, I don't think we saw the leader effect, but with me having more Don than my opponent, I'm not even getting this draw off the Sanji Pudding. So do I want to use it now? Like, is this actually a good time? Is his board just too set up? Like if a Laboon comes down, my Doku's just dead, I don't have a stage. It's a bit rough, but it looks like Utan's going, no, you know what, no. We're just playing the Sanji Pudding. We're going to force him to remove it. Yep. We're going to force him to have the answer. and then take it from there.
Yeah, 100%. It is definitely a risk at this point. Having no stage turn 1 was a huge miss for this specific scenario. It could be a 7 right now, and 7's pretty unattainable, especially this early on for Blackbeard. But 5 is a pretty reasonable number to hit. You've already got the dock you on board. All you need is that minus effect. And it's pretty reasonable to be able to find that through multiple different cards. It may cost you a few cards, but if the Sanji Pudding is the only card on the field, then it can be a bit rough. We do see the minus come out, though. Back up to the 4 Don with 3 active. Swinging, so attached to the Don, we'll get the effect. We'll get to...
Only
8 or more. 8 or
you
more.
need 8 or more Don.
I remember last second.
Hard for GP to get to that 8 or more Don.
Yes.
But...
Sorry, the cards used to be balanced by having multiple ways to do it. Now, not as much so, but yeah, you know, still swinging for 7. You just need to put the pressure on Blackbeard. You need to go, okay, by the time you get to your first 10 cost, I need you to be on 1 or even 0 life. So then the next turn, it doesn't matter if my board is a bunch of weenies. These are all threats to you.
For sure, and the smart thing that U10 is doing is he's going, look, my hand is counter. I'm going to abuse the fact my hand is counter. Even though this Usahachi is a 4K, he only really has a 1 swing to throw at me, and I'm just going to give him another 2K. Like, look how many of them I've got in my hand. I've got 3 2Ks in hand. I'm chilling. Just, yeah, have this Usahachi. I don't need it. I got 1 on board, and it's 4K instead of this 3K. That seems good to me. Now, Lee has to work to get removal rather than just a free swing.
Yep. So we do say paying 5. Might be a Kuzan coming down. It is the Kuzan. Missing... Oh, we do see the Van Auger coming down. Yep. Just grabbing the wrong card from his hand, looking at the option. That's okay. Sometimes mistakes happen like that. So doing the Van Auger will minus it down to a 2 cost. And do we see another way to get that last cost off?
Looks like we're going with the Stronger, which you get to rest it, trash a card from hand, and then draw a card and to reduce 2. So it's very much like Zero, except you get an extra cycle in there, which is really cool.
Yes. So, yeah, we do see the Docu minus removing that Sanji Pudding. Very pivotal turn for Lee here. Without that, I think it almost would have been a snowball effect from this point. So definitely stabilizing a little bit at this point. It's still a little bit worrying. You do have the blocker. You've still got 5 cards in hand. Still don't think we did see the leader effect come down by discarding that Kuzan. So no one plays this turn at 6 Don. It is a little bit of a weird turn now, especially not having that backup Sanji Pudding.
I think he had 1 more in hand, but he won't get the draw off it. I think the big thing with U-Tan's hand is there's not many searches. There's not many ways to see extra cards, especially now that our lead effects from Blackbeard is starting to come down. It's very much top deck mode. Even if he top decks a searcher, he won't be able to use it. And I don't see a 6-cost rush Luffy. And that's normally how we want to win this game, is we get them low and we just go, all right, Luffy, whack, whack. But with no Luffy, no whack.
Yes.
So it will be quite interesting for U10 to figure out how he wants to close the game, because he can attach a lot of Don and swing a lot of ways. But at the end of the day, if Lee has 1 blocker on field and U10 can only swing with his leader, he's not winning the game.
Yeah, 100%. Especially because he wants to get to that 8 Don level for this Usahachi on the board. You can't really afford to minus Don too many turns in a row while not getting that pressure in. So it is a decision of, do I just swing for 6 with my leader, potentially play out this next Sanji Pudding and just say, okay, do it again, essentially. He does need to find another 1 minus because he does have the 3 on the board, but it's a very rough position to be in for Yuta now. Actually, like that 1 turn just swung the momentum back into Lee's favor, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And Yuta now going, all right, if I don't swing into leader and I swing into one of these bodies and he lets it die because he has another copy of the card, then he just gets to draw a card, and I didn't get a card out of his hand, and that was kind of rough. But also, if I let them live, and he still has another copy, well, I just get snowballed even more. So he kind of has to swing into the card, but he also doesn't want to because he's on a clock, because if Blackbeard stabilizes, it's really scary. We'll see the 7K swing in to face come down. A 5-card hand from Lee going down to 3 is kind of scary. So it'll be interesting to see what he chooses. I believe Yutan has 3 Don left. We see the Caribou blocker come down. Lee wants to stay on that 2 life total. Doesn't want to go too low. We might see another 7K swing come down from the Usahachi.
We could also just see the Usahachi swing into the Docu and be like, okay, show me another docu. There is no field from the Blackbeard side. There is the miss of that. So it means you don't get that free cycle every turn of like, okay, I can dig 3 cards deeper for the card I need. So it is, maybe you just say, I want to play some ball control, but we do just see the 7 Interlude. I'm like, he's decided I'm racing you. You can move this side you're putting, but you're just going to run out of resources eventually.
For sure, but we did see a really good card from Lee in that hand, and I wonder if he's going to play it this turn, which looked like the life he took was the new 6-cost Kuzan blocker, which I think is a really good card in this situation. On KO, play up to 1 Blackbeard Pirates type cards with a cost of 5 or less from your trash rested. So you have options, right? You can play off that 5-cost Kuzan, and that doesn't get removed. You get a draw again the next turn, so it's like a blocker that replaces itself. But the big important thing with this Kuzan is the fact it's just a blocker. It can then get the Kuzan, and then the Kuzan can get something else again later on, which is pretty crazy. Or you can just like skip the middle step of the Kuzan, go straight into a Van Orga because it has more power, so it might not get swung into. But that Kuzan could be very strong for Lee if he wants to go down that route this turn, but he still needs that 1 extra cost of removal. Be very interesting whether he just wants to maintain cards in hand, does something like, okay, I'll play 5-cost Kuzan to go into my 1-cost stronger. That's in the discard, because like I really want my cost reduction this turn to remove that Sanji Pudding. If he does that, he can attach more Don onto his leader, swing 6. So it's not actually the worst line. However, it does very much leave himself open to a Rush Luffy swing plus leader, maybe a lethal angle that way from Utan. So Lee's got to be very meticulous in how he wants to clear the board this turn and what he wants to prioritize versus what he wants to just, maybe it's not worth the value that I'm losing to remove the card.
Yeah, 100%. We do see him just thinking here. This is the kind of thing he's just thinking, how do I get to this 10 Don turn in the best spot possible? Because he knows once he gets there, can start blanking Sanji Puddings. Even if there's a rush out, you just go, okay, I can't attack, has no skills, and you can kind of just stabilize from that. We do see 2 in hand of the 10 costs. I think if he gets to that point of going back-to-back 10 costs, and there's no answer or lethal from U10 side, I think it is a very favorable spot. So it's just, how do I get there? We do see another stronger in hand. It does let him cycle something else, and it's really good. I do probably just see the Blackbeard. Yep, into the Uzachi. Just like, okay, provide me another 2K, please, sir.
Very interesting. I think Lee is on 8 Don, if I am correct. So very interesting that he thinks that his line is going to take all 8 of his Don, which means, because being able to swing 6 into that Uzahachi would have been a very pivotal decision if it was what he was able to do. We are going to see Uzahachi get cleared by the Doku, but I think what I saw in his hand was a 7-cost Teach, which is one of the other new cards from the starter deck. Teach, of course, being one of the decks that got support in the structure deck. But this 7-cost Teach is able to KO a 3 or less. It looks like Lee might go for it. He's picking up all his Don. Being able to KO 3 or less is really good. And then on KO, adding a black card from your trash to your hand, also very strong. But a board of 3 cards to none is kind of rough for Utan. He's able to kind of just swing big with leader this turn, take Lee down to 0 life and try for something later in the game. I'm not sure, Kevin, was the leader effect used that turn by Blackbeard?
It was not, no. So we will be able to see the on-plays come down. It is interesting, though. I don't know if Lee minds going to 0 with this board. It is very scary because a lot of attacks come through, but he knows he's on 10 Don next turn. If we do just see the swing big this turn, it's like, okay, you have no board. Like, if I stabilize and you can't push my board now, I just get to win the game, essentially. So we do see the Zoro because that leader effect was not used. Lee just going, I can't give you any of these cards. I need this counter. I need both of these 10 drops to be able to close out this game. You can have your searches now. If you search, it means you're not swinging into me for big numbers. I'm perfectly fine with that. I definitely think that was the heads-up play from Lee to go, okay, we can take the turn off. You can generate resources, it's fine. It's better for me in the long term.
For sure, and between the Doku and the Van Orga and the Teach, I mean, the Van Orga plus the Teach removes a 6 cost every turn, right? So that's removing the Rush Luffy. But if Lee isn't able, if Utan isn't able to develop multiple bodies, it could just, like, if it's just the Zoro, it's just Van Orga Doku, and then we get swing with the Teach. So It is very interesting from Lee's side. Looks like we're going the merry-go. We're going, all right, I want to be able to make it a little bit harder for you to remove my board. And it's also just another consistency piece, right? Like, this is the best time to play the card because you're not getting on plays probably again after this. Lee probably just needs that one turn of going, you know what, I just need one more card and I can discard again next turn after you get your searches. Because once you use your searches, then you don't have enough Don to do the on plays on the other cards.
Yeah, 100%. No Sanji Pudding again. Lee's probably very happy to see that. He does have to try and remove another one, plus of all this hijinks. So I think we might just see a big swing come through into life with whichever Don he's not going to be using. So
for sure, looking at Lee's hand, he very well might want to go, if I can just like use my board. Oh, no, he's discarding 3 cards from hand. I thought he might try and go for something along the lines of, I'll take this, I'll play my Kuzan blocker plus a Lafitte and just like remove board that way. But no, we'll see what Lee decides to do. He has a clean remove on one of them. I'm not sure which of the Sanji or Zoroark was buffed from the merry-go. But either way, one of them gets clean removed with the Van Augur plus the Teach. And then Tendrel's just going to stun the other one.
Yeah, 100%. This is a very nice position. You give up all these cards in hand, but you go, I'm at 1 life. I now have a blocker. I have all these cards. When you remove them, they draw me cards anyway. So my things on board are very sticky. Essentially, I don't want to give you the cards. It's fine. They can stay there forever. So we do see that come through, and we'll probably just see a pass from here. The leader is 6k. We'll just go, okay, go next turn, and you go, no leader effect. I don't think there's any need to anymore. It's like, yeah, sure, you can search now. It's fine. I don't really mind anymore. I have a blocker. I have 2 cards in hand. I guess there is some... Try and do the quick math in my head. If both those cards, if all cards are dead, potentially he has lethal, but it's a very risky to go for that lethal because if you don't get there, you're with Lee's Yutan's hand. He has 1-0 cost event. I think 1-2k. It's very hard to survive the turn after that.
For sure, we see another merry-go come down, a quick draw, and probably a quick buff. Unfortunately, Teach doesn't care about what cost it is. You could play all 4 merry-go's this turn and make it that Zoro a 12 cost. Teach will still just go, yeah, I'll negate skills. It can't attack.
Yep.
So Yutan definitely needs to develop something else. Otherwise, another Teach is kind of just the end of the story. Very smart, swinging 5, trying to bait out that block, but Lee's not falling for it. Even though Yutan, I don't think, has the 6 cost. Like, I don't think anything would have happened if Lee went for the block, but swinging with it before slamming the 7 cost is very important. Because if it's a block, and we know what Lee's last card in hand, it's dead. It's the 10 cost. So we know what it is. We do see the stun from Electric Luna. Very, very heads-up play. Frankie comes down, which should be able, I think, to get a Don back. I'm not sure. We'll see the merry-go protect the Frankie, so we have a 5 and a 6. And then we see Lee start his next turn. He has 2 cards in hand.
See the biggest difference here? That 7-drop Teach is not Jack. It is not an 11 cost. It is staying stunned by the Electric Luna. So we will just probably see the poke come down. I don't imagine we'll see a block with this 10 cost Teach here. I think it's a little bit risky. That's just a ramp. I think that's just a ramp 1 inactive card. So many of the purple cards do various things, but they all, most of the time that is ramp 1 and 1 Don in active mode or in rest mode, some of them do. So just using that to just go, okay, well, this card is not helping me this turn, it's not going to help me turn after. I might as well just get to 10 and have maximum amount of damage next turn.
For sure. Thinking whether to stun the Zoroark or the Frankie. I think from Lee's point of view, he's like, I don't really care about the power, it's just whether the effects are strong. Frankie does have a strong effect to get a Don back, which Yutan likes all his Don. It wants all his Don, but looking at that hand, that's a bit rough from Yutan. It's 2 Gum Gum Giants and a 0 cost event. We see no more swings. Yutan top stack. A Frankie, not ideal. I wouldn't be surprised if we just saw like a 15k jam. Just I'm a force you to take this life. And maybe not 15k because we want the
13k. So leave up the 2 for the 2 in hand,
or even just leave 1 up because maybe that's enough because he's got the 0 cost event as well. So if he draws dead cards, he's pretty safe. And swinging 9 is good. Like attaching 9 is good because that's 14. That's 2 cards out of Lee's 1 card hand, which isn't possible.
Yes.
So he either has to take or he has to block with the Teach.
The problem is, I think he just dies next turn as you
I think you're probably right, especially if Lee just takes it. I think he's probably dead, but I don't think Yutan has many options. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is a 13k swing, and then try and defend through the 2 12-cost teachers, and go for game during your next turn, because 2 Gum Gum Giants is strong. Like, don't get me wrong, it is definitely strong. We'll protect the Zoro Juro because we have equal amounts of Don, and we'll see what happens. Maybe we go like 6 with Zoro Juro to see if we can get...
It cannot attack.
It cannot attack.
It cannot attack.
We might.
It was chosen by the 10 cost. He does have those 2 swings, but unless you're swinging above 12, it is just a free block. There are 2 attacks, there's 2 blockers. It's such a tough situation for Yutan to be in right now. I don't see any lines that, other than just going big, like you said, with the leader and just leaving the defense up, and just maybe Lee doesn't think he can end the game and goes for another turn and then gives you another turn to draw into the Luffy. But I do feel like this 6 will just be blocked by a teacher.
Yeah, for sure. And it doesn't leave you enough Don for your Luffy swing to be all that strong. You can put 7 and leave 1 Don inactive, which just isn't enough, I don't think. I think, especially that if that 1 card in hand is a counter, I think Lee is pretty safe for just defending the teacher and going for game next turn. But the other thing is, if Lee blocks this, and then there's a 6-cost rush Luffy, this could be scary, right? So that's what Lee has to think. Lee has to think, okay, with the rush Luffy and Yutan, very smart, 6 2 Don to put back. He's
always the mind games.
Very smart with those mind guys, separating those Don. We know he doesn't have it, but those guys up there do not know. We see the take come down from Lee, 2 cards in hand. Now, if Luffy was there, it would be... Oh, gosh, it would be a 7-7-8 for lethal. So Lee would need
a 2 and a 1,
which is out of it. Pretty much perfect. Off 2 random cards, the draw 4 turn plus whatever was the life, which I think Yutan would have it, but not off all those searches. The Zoro Juro, the Nami, a couple Marigos, not seeing a single 6 cost, and plus a draw off the Sanji Pudding. That's very rough not to see 6 cost.
I think at this point you kind of a bit annoyed, like, yeah, I would have won the game, but you have to just do what you can. I guess you can almost bait it again and go, I'm gonna just swing 6 again. Do something about this. And you go, I have to, you have to at least make Lee think. And maybe he does make a misplay here. But unfortunately, I think at this point, especially with Yutan's hand, I actually don't know if he has a playable card in hand.
He has the Frankie. He has the Frankie. I don't think it's doing anything. And besides that, it's just Gum Gum Giants. If we see...
Maybe he keeps all the Don open and goes, if I draw into my last 2 Gum Gum Giants, I have a dream.
That's fair. That's fair.
That is kind of the out right now. Just go, I have to draw like a god and pray that it's good enough.
And then at the same time, Lee goes, all right, well, I've got everything. I can just leave my 2... Like, if I can play another blocker, have my 2 teachers, clear his board, I mean, I can play for another turn.
Yep.
Right? If Lee has another blocker at his disposal, he can 100% play for another turn, which is kind of crazy to think about.
This is definitely the mind game levels of One Piece where it's like, oh, like Yutan knows 100% he's dead. If he just goes 12, 12, 15, 8, 6, it's like, all right, it's over. But if I just do this and go, yeah, okay, cool, go for it, I'm down. You put that doubt into your opponent, like why is he doing this? Like, this doesn't seem, like, this seems too easy for me now. Like, what is happening? What don't I understand? And you get into these, like, level wars of, like, okay, how do I sequence this so my worst case scenario doesn't mean I lose? So it probably comes down to, okay, what are my numbers to swing with for Van Orga, for Teach, with the leader? Is that good enough where if these connect, do I survive? Or do I actually have to just go all in? Or do I have another line and play for another turn? It's a very interesting situation. I actually really like the way Yutan has approached the situation of, like, a lot of players who just go, scoop, it's over. But you gotta make your opponent make the correct play. It's not always just straightforward. Like, having this much Don, especially against purple, is always so scary. Go, like, if they just have it, do I not get there?
No, for sure. And the funny thing is, what you said at the start, 12, 12, 15, 8, 6, I don't even think that's lethal. Because you just take the two 12s and then you just give two Gum Gums for the 15. You have it 6 cards in hand to get out of the 8 and the 6. And if you draw another Gum Gum, you're chilling. You are 100% chilling.
That is true. He did not use leader effect, so he's not a 6k base. He's a 5k base, so it is slightly worse in that respect. Maybe there's a world he should have done the minus just so he could become a 6k and go, well, I'm drawing back up to 10 anyway, it doesn't really matter. And then every attack is effectively like, I'm getting 1 free K counter from every attack. Maybe a slight Yutan being not thinking through fully what all of his options were in that sense. But definitely, this is more of less math and more the mind game part of One Piece, where it's like, yeah, there's so many options, but like, what am I doing? This is like, you just sit there and go, I don't know anymore. Normally One Piece is just math, and now it's like, what is my read? What is happening?
For sure. Maybe the reason he didn't want to go for leader effect was he knows he's playing at least 2 Gum Gum Giants, so going back down that far could be very scary, Don-wise. However, when you're like going, I mean, this is it, right? This is all, I need to survive this turn. That's my win on, is survive the turn. It's probably still right, because even if he goes all the way back down to 4, he still goes to 6. When he gets his Don back, he's still able to play the 6-cost Luffy, and then he's still able to use leader effect to get 2 Don inactive. So he's still able to do kind of everything he needs to do if he minuses 6 Don over the next little bit, but it does mean he wouldn't be able to play a 3rd Gum Gum Giant if he drew into it.
Yeah, I think there is definitely a world where we see like a safer play from Lee, where he just goes, rest Van Orga, KO Zorojiru with the Teach, swing leader into the Frankie, keep my 2 blockers up, and then poke you down to 1 life and go, okay, this is it. I'm definitely killing you the turn after. There is no mind games anymore. You have to show me the out now.
For sure. But even that, right? Like, you're resting your Van Orga and your Teach to clear the Zorojiru. You only really, I mean, you have to swing a decent number on the Blackbeard over the Frankie to kill it, because otherwise it's like, all right, I'm just going to use my Gum Gum Giants and just overprotect this card because I need swings. And then every time you turn and Teach sideways, you go, well, sorry. That's one less blocker.
Yeah.
So Lee's kind of in this real awkward spot that if all of his, let's just say all of his hands counter, right? Because we've got no clue what Lee's hand is. He has to use just his board. And his board should be enough to kill Purple Luffy, but that's the thing. It's Purple Luffy, right?
It's Purple Luffy. Gum Gum Giant. Pretty good card. There's a reason the best decks in the meta are called Purple Luffy plus friends. It's literally just... So we do see the first swing come through into leader here. It is for a clean 11.
Very, very big number. We see Yutan take it. No triggers. Man, an Electric Luna trigger would go crazy right now.
I don't know what that does. Can you please inform me?
Electric Luna trigger, rest one of your opponent's characters.
Oh, that would be brutal in this instance.
That would be a very strong... Now, Yutan kind of thinking, all right, this is a 9k swing. I probably need to get out of this one. Maybe I take it. I'll see all my options. Maybe because he definitely wants the teachers to be sideways. Man, if this... Man...
On stream, he's like, there's the boy. I needed him.
Just showing the options to Lee, going, man, that's 1 card off, you know? If I had this last term, is this over? Or thinking to grab it, or maybe I just need the 1k. I mean, he has enough cards to discard, and he has a 0 cost, so it's kind of fine to grab that, right? Because he has to discard 3 cards, and he has no dead cards in hand.
Yeah.
So, like, I understand what he's going for. We're going 9k into life. This will be our first Gum Giant. So he has to get out of 9, 12, 12 with a 6-card hand. Any other deck besides Purple Luffy doing it? No. Man, he legitimately just grabbed that 6-cost Luffy to go, you know what? You weren't here for me, so you're not playing the rest of this game. You're going to the discard.
No.
Was that 2 6-cost Luffys?
One of them's a manga as well.
Oh, no. That is as rough as you could possibly get. We see a 12k thing come down. Another Gum Gum Giant discarding another Gear 2. Man, if I was Yutan, I would not be a very happy chappy.
Oh, no.
Draw 2. I think that's 2
I think
dead
it was another
cards.
it was a dead card and another Gum Gum Giant potentially.
So we're at 9, and now we go to
12 up to 14.
I think that's 13, so he's safe. 1 last swing, 12k at life, and 2 dead cards. Yutan is not happy, and I do not blame him.
All
of his draws were the 6-cost Luffy right after. And that's as rough as it can kind of get, right?
Yep.
That 6-cost Luffy was what he needed to win, and he had it for the top deck. If Lee decided not to go for game, that was probably game on Yutan's side, which is crazy. It's unfortunate, but that's kind of what we see in card games.
That's One Piece, baby.
That is a One Piece. But both these players played amazingly well. And let's quickly jump back into the booth.
That was a nail biter. It was right down to the end there. Like you said, it was almost enough. If he just drew more Gum Gum Giants, he had the Don there available. That's all he needed to do. If he hits one more, potentially draws into more 2Ks, but just seeing the 3 6-cost Luffy's come on the top, oh, you hate to see that. The first one is like, where were you? The next one, oh yeah. The third one, the manga, is like, I hate this card.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's definitely really rough because one more Gum Gum Giant could have drawn him into his 4th Gum Gum Giant. He left 7 non-open.
Yeah.
And for all we know, he has some other sort of defensive event which he could have drawn into to be able to get more counter, but he was quite unfortunate in that circumstance. But Lee played really well. This is a very unfavorable matchup for Blackbeard. So for him to able to come out with a win, being 6-0 going into round 7, one more win for Lee could be the guarantee of top 16 tomorrow. Normally 7-2 with high resistance has a pretty good chance of getting in there.
Going into undefeated, you got the pretty high resistance, I would say. Yeah, we'll definitely get to the end where it's like every game definitely matters. Like if you're on these top tables, you can't be affording to every game means, okay, I can potentially make it now. So your mind is starting to drift. It's been a long day with 6 rounds in, but you got to stay sharp.
For sure, and these players now being 6-0 and 5-1, that's insanely difficult, so props to both of them. Now, I believe we have the meta breakdown for today for you guys, so let's quickly have a look at that. All right, so Kevin, why don't you walk us through what we have here?
So yeah, as predicted, we have 20% on blue, purple Luffy, by far always the most popular deck. About 10% on green, purple, about almost 10% on black, purple Luffy. So what's that? Almost 40% of the room is on a purple Luffy favored deck, and then another 5% with the normal Luffy as well. That is just showing the power of purple Luffy. Well, let's be real, it's the power of Gum Gum Giant. That card will just go, anything that seems unwinnable is actually just winnable because you just survive forever. Next we have the Buggy down at 8.5%, followed by the Betty around the similar percentage. These like newish decks that come in and want to kind of counter these top picks. So Bella Betty just coming in, smacking, just going fast, going quick, having favorable matchups in these blue purple Leafies, and then potentially into these other decks. Buggy being like this kind of new fresh deck that's one of the easiest decks to make, and it has such a high power level for how you can kind of just slam 2-star decks together for it. Makes sense to see this representation. And then we have purple Luffy, Jewelry Bonney, your deck, GY Law, actually decent representation, 3.8%.
Yeah, could be better, could be worse.
Yep. Down to Teach and Yamato, Luchi, Smoker. Do you think there's anything missing from this list that you expected to see, Max?
Honestly, I expected a decent, at least more than 2.33% Zoro. I know in Australia, we love Zoro. Every time I've played a tournament, I feel like even if Zoro wasn't a deck that's playable in the meta, I always verse at least one. So kind of surprising to see after the support we got in EBO2, as well as the other really strong cards that Zoro has got recently from OP10, that we didn't see any Zoro. But that just shows how scared Zoro players are of this Buggy deck, even though it's only at 9%. So if you're playing 9 rounds, you're only expected to verse 1, if that. It's not even like a decent... You got a little bit less than a chance of actually even versing 1, which is kind of crazy to think about. But what's even crazier about this, 45%, as you said, purple Luffy decks, but this doesn't include the other decks that could possibly run Gum Gum Giant. I know there's at least one Nico Robin out there, which is another purple deck that can run Gum Gum Giant, and I'm sure there's at least one person who decided, nah, I'm not going to Blue P, I'm sticking with the original 6K purple Luffy leader, sticking with RP Luffy. So there's probably a couple other decks that are running Gum Gum Giant, but it just shows how strong of a card that is. But that is the breakdown we have for you guys for today. And we'll have another one for top 16 tomorrow when we see what players make it in.
Yeah, sounds good. I think we've got a few minutes left until the next round here, so we'll go to a short break and we'll come back with round 7.
so much to smile. We promised that we'd still be friends to the very end. I'm begging you, baby, yeah. Let me down easy.
we have 3 rounds left. And these players are pretty much now fighting for a guaranteed spot in Top Cut.
Yes.
Most of these players should have very high resistance. So if they win this round, their Top Cut pretty much should be guaranteed. Definitely is if they win the next round, but this one nearly guarantees it.
100%. It'll be very interesting from here. Like, this is where it starts getting spicy. Every game is like, well, this is the difference between my whole day, making it to day 2 or not. So it's very, very important games here. I think for the next few rounds, we'll be showing you, past this point, this is our last probably undefeated round. From the next few rounds onwards, we'll be showing you these games, which are very much win and ins. So,
yeah, for sure. And one of the big things that we will see in this game is these players have gone through it all to make it to 6-0. But let's just get right into the table. All right, so these players are all set up and nearly ready to go. We have Blue Buggy versus Blackbeard. And as I was saying earlier, these players, they might have an easy round or two to get to the 6-0 position, but there is no doubt they had to work to get to where they are to be able to be 6-0, and winning this game gets them into Top Cut. It is kind of crazy how much effort they would have had to put in, how perfectly they would have to play throughout the whole day. Keen to see how it ends up.
Yeah, 100%. We do see Buggy going first here. It'd be interesting who won dice roll. Buggy does want to go first. Blackbeard sort of wants to go second. I would assume Blackbeard does take away Buggy's first curve, though. The second curve is still pretty weak in comparison, even with all these buffs. So we'll have to see how fast can Buggy establish this board and start pushing the pressure on to Blackbeard before Blackbeard can stabilize and start removing this board.
Yeah, for sure. And this is really cool. It's the first time we get to see Buggy with the new cards on stream. I know we went over the deck list with you all earlier on in the stream, but we actually get to see the cards in action right now, which is really cool. But this matchup, I think, is actually pretty close. I don't think any deck kind of has it over the other one, because 2 things can happen. Blackbeard can use leader effect, and on plays don't happen, in which case Buggy can go, I'm going to play a 12 drop.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to play the 12 drop. No one play. I don't have to bomb deck it. In which case Blackbeard goes, oh, that's kind of annoying. Or, you know, they can not do leader effect, and then Buggy has to build up their board the normal way, but once it has a full board, it can bot deck the 10 drop. So it's kind of this awkward thing where Blackbeard probably just doesn't use a leader effect until the Buggy hits 4 cards on board, and then uses leader effect, but it's also, Buggy can quite easily, for 10, get 3 cards out. So it'll be quite interesting. It looks like we're seeing an aggressive line going 5 with the Mr. 3 and then 5 with the Buggy leader. I think I saw a Sanji. No, I didn't see it. It was a Sable. It's not a Sanji peel-off. But this line is still very strong against Blackbeard because Blackbeard has a very limited amount of cards in their hand after they start discarding for leader effect.
Yeah, definitely. This is one of the most awkward turns in the game for Buggy. It's like 3 Don. You can't use your leader effect yet. You have no 3 costs in the deck. A lot of people are playing the Sanji's peel-off just to draw cards on this turn and hope the rest are in life for triggers, really. Or filling in these weird, awkward turns where you want to swing with some of your Dawn and then only use leader effect once. So putting in the pressure with 5-5 is probably the best case scenario in this instance of what to do on this turn.
For sure, and it will be quite interesting how this game develops, mainly because there's a good chance that Teach wants to starve Buggy, because Buggy has to discard for the leader effect. Buggy's hand can get quite small, and Teach is one of the best decks at bringing a losing board state back to a winning position. So being able to do that, making Buggy have less and less cards in hand, is a line that Blackbeard can take. And I can't tell you I know this matchup because I've never played Blackbeard, and I've played Buggy maybe once, and I've definitely never played this exact matchup. So I'm keen to see how these players choose their lines based on their experience.
Yeah, 100%. I think from the Blackbeard side, it's how much board queue you control while keeping most of these resources in your hand. But like you said, it's very much a starve matchup from my understanding as well. It's like you're never swinging into the Buggies. Like you force them to find these Alvidas and these cards just through the natural draw at the start. And then go, yeah, you're going to cycle a lot. It kind of is what it is. But we do see the leader effect coming down on this 5 Don turn. Seems very, other than the 10 Don turn, it seems like the very key one. The first time I was like, I've got really nothing to do. Sure, you can play a 10 cost here. if you do, you're still going -2 cards in hand. You don't really have a lot of resources at this point. And I'm on 4 life. I don't really mind if you just play this out. So I just force you to have it right now.
Yeah, and I think the big thing about it is, look, at this point, a 7k versus a 12k swing, it's the same. It's the same number. So
Yes,
it doesn't really matter that it's a 12k. Like, sure, it's annoying. Being a 10 cost makes it very difficult to remove, but
Yeah,
it's the same number.
Yeah, I think this is also better than them playing the 8 cost and then playing out a 4 cost and starting to develop that board, getting that board protection, which is very huge in the Blackbeard. Blackbeard kind of struggles to remove 1 card at the best of times, let alone double removing something in a turn is just not going to happen like 99% of the time. So I think at least this 10-12 is the lesser of 2 evils compared to a board that's never been removed from this point. So I definitely think as one understood what was going to happen when he did that and went, this is it is what it is at this point. This is my road to win this game, is going and letting him play this out.
For sure, and especially because he has the second curve, it's definitely nowhere near as bad, purely because he's able to just slam 10 cost Teach on 10 dom, which is just 2 turns away. So this Buggy only gets 2 turns of swinging, and one of them being blocked by Caribou.
Yes.
So unless Alistair has like big backup plays, it's going to be decently rough for him to be able to develop and push.
Yeah, so we do see finding the 7 cost Teach come out. Just a nice big body to have out. It's Buggy generally only runs that small removal in terms of the events, like the Sables, doesn't run any of the big red rocks or anything. So generally these like mid to large cards generally survive the removal of Buggy, and it's just this 10-12 that would normally be able to do it, which if you don't use the effect will not be either played or will just be gone. So it kind of like handles itself.
For sure, and it's very interesting if we see the leader effect come down this turn or not. Looking at Alistair's hand, it's nothing special, right? Like, I think there's some Alvidas. We do see the leader effect. I think he's just saying, look, you've had 1 searcher. If you have multiple Buggies, I might auto-lose this game. However, I'm playing the odds. I'm playing the statistics.
He did just top deck another one. We will see another 10.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. We will probably see the 7-12 swing coming through and then just go, here you go. I'm doing it again.
And, I mean, when you talk about percentages in terms of matchups, it's like, oh, this is 60-40, this is a 70-30. A lot of those times, it's just, the game might not seem close, right? Like, this game could end up being a blowout. It might not seem very close, but at the same time, it's like these statistics, right? If Alistair doesn't top deck that Buggy, is this now in Blackbeard's favor, right? It's things like that which make it a 70-30, not so much, or like a 50-50 matchup. It's not so much every game it comes down to the wire and it's 1k counter or the other. Yep. Sometimes it's just the early game momentum can swing one way or the other, and at the moment, it's in Buggy's favor. Yeah,
100%. You run this game 100 times, 50% of the time, he just doesn't see the 10 cost. You never swing, you starve him, and he goes, I don't really want to pay 5 for a 6 that does nothing. So I guess I just swing 10 with leader and then pay 6 for my vanilla next turn. It's yeah, I think it's very hard when you're in this situation. It's like, well, he had it, damn. But you've got to objectively look at it sometimes and go, this is the correct way to do it. If it happens, it happens, but I'm playing the game correctly. I can't feel bad that I've made the correct decisions. It didn't work out for me this time, but as long as I've done the correct things, that's all that matters.
Yeah, for sure. We do still see the starve come down. So there's a good chance, right? If there's a couple teachers come down, these Buggies aren't as useful, but at the same time, I don't see these Buggies ever being cleared, right?
No.
So every turn, it's like, okay, 1 teach can kind of answer 1 Buggy because it's like, okay, you play the teach, you stun 1, and then I'll block plus 1k the other. But you're still losing 2 cards in hand, 3 if you're using your leader's effect, which means Blackbeard will run out cards super, super quickly.
Yeah, 100%. The very scary thing is if yours 1 here, you go, I could potentially just be facing down at 12-12-12 next turn, and I do not have any blockers in my hand. That sucks. So this Kuzan may just be swing. Like I think you have to swing at this point. Starving is like not an option anymore. If he has two 12k swings, I need to kill him before he kills me at this point. I think you do this. If you're popping this to get out that one get out of blocker, that is a very rough situation.
We'll see the draw come down. Was it a blocker drawn? If not, we'd probably say, oh, we see a Van Orca come down. Does he have enough cost reduction to remove one of these buggies and stabilize off a 10 cost next turn? That will be quite special. Just seeing what these 3 cards are at the moment. A little bit of confusion on the table.
So yeah, just calling Judge. I think he was looking at doing the field he discarded and then didn't look at and then did that look back at his hand and then kind of forgot he was in the process of looking at the top 3. Maybe just confusion. The stream game is always a lot more tense. You realize you're being watched. The game is always harder when you know that like someone's watching you, and it's very easy to just go, oh, this is like it's been unfortunate. It will be the judge will just work this through. Whatever happens, it'll probably just be look at the 3 and then just choose one out of hand, put the rest in the trash. There's no knowledge gained. If anything, there's one lost information by doing that. Unfortunately, so yeah, we just fixed the game set move forward. It's been a long day. Mistakes happen, but it's good to see both players just happy with the resolution moving forward.
We see a 6k swing come through. It looks like we're trying to apply a little bit of pressure. I'm super, I can see the Blackbeard player's hand, and I don't know if a Buggy can be removed, but he played the Van Orga, so he might be decently confident it can be. And if it can, that is a very big momentum swing, because at best, Buggy can push Blackbeard down to 0 life.
Yeah, I actually think that was kind of his only target in drop, to play off of it, because you do have to play a Blackbeard Pirate. Correct me if I'm wrong.
So you can't play the Caribou. You're definitely correct.
So I think that was actually his only target in drop, which is a very rough situation. I mean, we do see this Vasco shot come down. 2 drop blocker. This is the searchable one for the deck. So a lot of Blackbeard players do just run both now, one being searchable and one not being. So if that was in the drop, definitely that would have been coming out. So this Van Orga, I think, just trying to stabilize. But maybe he's kind of realized okay, we're racing. I think at this point he goes, we're racing, and then I need to get there.
For sure, we do see the leader discard again. So once again, we've got no on plays on Alistair's side of things. He's thinking was doing that. Sables, I think, will be devastating. You bot deck the Vasco shot. He only has 3 swings next turn, so you know you're not dying. And then you just attach all your onto your leader, which I believe is 5, so it's
10, 12, 12.
10,
and
12,
he
12.
may just win the game at that point.
Into a 4-card hand. If he doesn't win, he is disabling.
Yep.
Which, at this stage, could be enough.
Yeah, you're at no threat of losing the game. You might as well just bounce that back to the hand. So it's like, yeah, you give him 1k counter, but it's all right. 10, 12, 12. You have to give me most of your hand to get out of this 10, probably. And then if you don't, you're never finishing me off. Like, what are you doing on the swing back? For sure. Looks like he wants to use lead effect. So tap 5 Don just to play the Croc Mihawk. And honestly, I don't hate it, right? I swing 5, you get 1 card out. These 12-12 is putting it down to 0. And then it's saying, next turn, I have 4 swings. One of it will be stopped by the Teach's on activate main effect. The other will be blocked by Teach. But now I'm going to split my Don between my Buggy and my Croc Mihawk. And you're not surviving next turn. Yes, yeah, 100%. I think, yeah, very, very heads up to go. This is the less risky of play of I have guaranteed more attackers next turn. Because there is a world, I guess, that he can go, okay, well, his hand's kind of large now. If he can get out of one of my attack splits, I'm actually not in a great situation. If he goes 10 cost, poke, get out of one of the attacks, I may just lose the game at that point. So very smart to go, okay, we don't need to win this turn. We'll go for the win the turn after. And it's a higher probability play for sure. See the 1k counter come down with that 4 cost Buggy. We will see whether Alistair is happy to go down to 2 life. So we'll probably just see the 6 come through. Yeah, it's definitely just a race at this point going, okay, staying at 2 is not bad. You do know that you can always, as Buggy, you can kind of just switch gears. It's like, well, if I think you can if I think that there's a chance I lose, I'm just going to swing into your board instead. So we do see the field activated, probably just discarding a card with no counter, maybe get more digging for something. We do see almost a whiff. Those other two cards were not Blackbeard Pirates. Do see the Van Augur replaced with the Van Augur. And he's just considering what to pop with play now with this.
And
that's a huge hand, though, from Blackbeard.
very interesting, he decides to play the Van Augur instead of using leader effect to discard a Vasco shot and play that for a blocker. But we do see the 10-cost Teach come down, stun one of the Buggies.
Yes. Yeah, that would have been interesting to get out those two blockers. I feel like with your hand size, that may actually be a good position to be in. I think that you have two blockers, you have this hand. Yes, they're still technically like lethal on board, but how do you handle that essentially is like, what is the math looking like? Is it worth the risk? Does the Buggy have any other lines? I think this is it's like, as bad as it looked, as momentum basis looked, I actually think that it's going to come down very close to the wire now.
For sure, and deciding whether or not it's worth discarding a card. I feel like unless you have a dead card in hand, there's no real reason to discard one, because I don't think Buggy runs any on plays that are worth it besides the 10 cost.
Yes, if he has another 10 cost, I think you do discard a card, because if he plays 10 cost, he then goes 16k, he goes 17k, and you're never getting that 17k. I think you have to use leader and go, I kind of lose if I don't do this because he has it. And is that 1k enough? So I think he's maybe gone through the math in his head and going, okay, 12 block, and then the split is just 11-11, and just go, okay.
Yeah, looks like we don't see it. So that probably signals that he has enough counter to survive the all-in. That's all I can kind of take from this, right, is he must think he has enough counter to survive the all-in, which he has a thick hand. But we will see the Searcher. He's digging for the Buggy. He's like,
yep,
I want this Buggy, because if I have the Buggy and I can bot deck, I'm in a really good spot. Doesn't get anything. I think that's really cool. I think that's a Houndblaze I see there, and that's spicy. I do not mind that whatsoever. We might be going for another search with the Cross Guild. Looking once again for the 10-drop Buggy.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think if he just decided to go all in this turn with the 3 attacks, I think you can go 11, 11, 12. And it's just, depending on, so he has 7 cards in hand. He mathematically can't get out of 11, 11, 12. So I think if he just committed all the Don and just went 12, he went 11 first. If he gives him anything but 2-2, like, it doesn't matter what he gives him, he wins the game. Essentially, I think if the Buggy player took a second and went, let me do math. I don't want to do math. I'll play the game in one piece, but I kind of need to do some math right now. And I think he could have seen the line where he goes, mathematically, I have the win if I can just do the split, and we get it from there.
For sure, and even if he thinks he doesn't have the split, I'm surprised he decided that Buggy was his line instead of just going, you know what, I have a pudding. I'm going to slam this pudding, because Blackbeard does not run many 2Ks. And then I'm going to go, all right, what's my split now? Sure, it's only 9, 9, 12, which is still a very high split. You kind of swing 12 with your Buggy first, because then they have to block, and then they lose their 10 cost each.
9, 9, 12 still need 6 cards as well, so that's the thing. I think yeah.
That's very true. 9, 9, 12. It does need 6 cards out of hand. So that was another way for him to get there. But under the stream pressure, it is very difficult. And he might still go for the pudding line. Go, all right, 7, 9, 12 is still enough to get me to the edge, because your hand has to be perfect at 7, 9, 12. It has to be 2, 1, 2, 2, 1.
Yes.
Which is kind of crazy.
After getting pudding,
it's a little bit
if he's him, if he draws like a god, he is him. It is what it is. So we do see the 9 coming through into, I think it was into the Vasco shot. So we do see 2, 2 comes a...
I was into lead. Okay, 2, 2, 1.
Yep, is into lead. Yep. 2, 2, 1 come out. 4 cards left in hand. I think that is 4k counter left in hand, if I can sort of read the cards correctly. Maybe 5. So we'll see the 12, probably just see the 12 come through. It'd be interesting to see whether there's a block and a save of this. I think this would be very telling, almost mind game levels of, okay, I'll block and save. My last cards, 3 cards in hand, are 3 2Ks. What are you going to do about it?
For sure, for sure. I think you can only do it if you don't live. Otherwise you eat a block and you live and go for game.
100%.
But I think there's 2 1Ks in there, so I don't think he lives either way. Looks like we'll see the block, just let that die.
Yep. And now the question is, do you go for it? Do I risk this game on 10 into lead? 4 cards in hand. 2 twos and 2 ones gets you there. 3 twos gets you there. Blackbeard does run a decent. They run some amount of 2Ks. There is more in the deck now, I think, than was previously with the addition of the new blocker, and he definitely knows he has one in hand. So it'd be interesting to see. This is the point where it's like, do I have a better play though? Like, okay, I don't want to risk going for game, but do I actually survive next turn with my current hand, and like, can I do anything?
For sure, for sure. Would have been very interesting to see what would have happened if that 2-cost Vasco shot came down instead of the Van Auger, and then being able to use leader effect and kind of feeling a little bit safer. But Alistair now thinking of the way, do I do it? Do I not? He has a blocker which can honestly just get black holed if we see it off of the stage next turn. You basically get your draw for turn plus 3 extra cards to draw into a black hole, and that must be scary if you're Alistair going, is this actually right? Like, am I crazy for trying this? But still, like, after the black hole, it's like, oh, okay, black hole comes down.
6, 6, 7, yeah, 6, 8, 9, or 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. Like, the math is, it costs 6. It's still a lot of dot investment just to then go, okay, well, I'm swinging 7, 7. I have to get a 1 7K swing. I have 2 cards in hand because I have to discard 1 from leader. It's like, well, I can still win. I still live.
It is.
So,
it is rough, and it's hard decisions to be making, especially up there with all the lights.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's easy for us to say, just chilling here going, yeah, I haven't played any One Piece all today. I've just been watching people play. The stress levels for us, way lower. We can just sit here. We have all the information. It's way easier for us to say, oh, yeah, just do this, and you win. What are you doing? Where in the moment, it is so much harder. There's so many thought processes going through your head, and you're almost trying to compete with yourself to make sure you make the correct decision, like, that is correct and that you feel the best with. I feel sometimes I'm just like, as long as I'm happy with what I do, that's all good.
So we're playing down 8-cost Croc Mihawk off the leader effect, which lets us draw 2 and then discard 1. So we'll see. It looks like we drew a couple of 2Ks, choosing which one to discard, probably the Alvida,
yep,
and then deciding if we want to play one, which we will, which will be the Moji blocker. Very, very strong blocker there. I think both cards in hand are 2Ks, so all of these swings kind of have to be bigger than a 9, and I think that was the Black Hole top deck.
I think that was the Black Hole top deck. I think he...
So, and Black Hole costs 4, so...
Oh, does it cost 4? Not 6? Sorry, I was thinking of Liberation.
So we've got 6 Don left, so we can go 7, 8, 8, which isn't enough.
7, 7, 9, and maybe 7, 8, 8 feels bad, but yeah, it's a very tough spot to be in. I think even if you find 10 costs, it definitely doesn't save you at this point. You kind of just have to. I think you just have to go for it and go.
I completely agree. I think you have to go for it. Your hand's not big enough. You have another dead card in hand.
Seeing no Burgess or game has been very rough for Blackbeard as well. Like, if he had one of those last turn, even playing that over the Van Auger, it's like, well, I got a free 12. This one's free. We'll figure out the rest of it as when we get there.
Indeed.
We do see the Black Hole come down, removing the skills from that blocker, saying, okay, this is it. What is my split and what gets me there?
Indeed. Quite interesting. I think we'll end up being 7, 8, 8. Is probably what's most likely to occur. If you're Alistair, though, you're looking at the Don, you're going, I can take this one. I can take this. I got 2 2Ks in my hand. Yep, looks like he takes it. No trigger. We'll see an 8K come down. He knows he can get out the last 8K as well. Maybe give the Blackbeard player a little bit of hope. And then we'll go 8-4 game. And he shows the 2 2Ks he had at the start. Boom, yep. There it is, 9K, and Alistair goes 7-0 and is now most likely going to be in our Top Cut tomorrow. So we know one of them is most likely going to be a blue Buggy. Cool to see what the other 16 will be. But this is a very interesting matchup where both decks don't really operate the way they normally do. So both players have to think a very different mindset, which is really, really cool.
Yeah, 100%.
Sounds good. Let's bring it back to the booth. So yeah, that was round 7. That was our Buggy showing for the event. First time we've had Buggy on stream. Unfortunately, it wasn't Buggy as we wanted to show Buggy, right? We had to show Buggy against a Blackbeard, but Blackbeard is one of the decks in the meta. It's one of the ways you have to play the deck. You have to know what you're doing against Blackbeard, and that was a decent showing of how we see that matchup. Both players kind of trying to navigate what there is. The 10-drop Buggy come down the top deck of the second 10-drop Buggy, slamming so that one down as well. Really gave Buggy quite a strong early lead, but Blackbeard nearly being able to bring it back from the end was really cool to see.
Yeah, 100%. I think it was very much down to the end. It was a very fundamental game of One Piece where it's kind of like, okay, we can go back and we do the numbers and we can get there in the end. Very unfortunate from the Blackbeard side, not seeing those birds, just not having the blockers to bring back at the start of the game. There was a very rough situation, just kind of like fighting for the board the whole time, trying to just play any card essentially and just go, give me something, please. Where's my Jesus at this point? But yeah, Buggy taking it out. Be interested to see what kind of other matchups he's had throughout the day to get here.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we have a couple more deck lists that we might see around to show you guys. So let's get into that. All right, so this is the green, yellow Yamato we showed before, but we do have purple, black Luffy. This was another one of the starter decks that came out. Now, Kevin, why don't you take it away?
So very, the leader that got very much buffed from this in a weird way. So when this card first got released, this 6-cost Luffy is now the key piece of this deck. 6-cost 7k. On play, when attacking, you get to -2 Don, and your leader becomes a base 7k leader for the turn. So when this was first released, people were like, this is all right. Like, you kind of don't solve the problem of you're never really removing cards in this deck. It's like, no Gecko, it's kind of rough. Then people realized, I'm a 7k leader. I can be better GP. Let's go, baby. So essentially, this deck is now transformed into a tempo aggro deck. What you're doing is you are slamming ramp cards on turn 3. You are getting to 6. You are playing this Monkey D Luffy down. You're becoming a 7k, and then you are swinging into your opponent's leader. You don't care about their board. Removal, what's that? 5-cost Black Sanji. We don't even need that. That is 0 black cards in this version. There are some that run more the older style, but this one's pure just aggro. You benefit from the leader. Whatever you -2 Don, you get 1 back in rest, 1 back in active. So a little bit of that GP effect of, you get to kind of play with more Don than you're supposed to, and then you just play these heavy-hitting rush cards. So we have the 1-drop Law Searcher, the Uzahachi, just generic resting for game. The 3-drop Zoro is the ramp of the deck along with the Nico Robin. That's the new one. Similar thing except it's a 2k. Black Maria is also for there just to keep up when you kind of minus too much, a bunch of 2ks. The 6-drop dust, and then you do run this PBO2 Monkey D Luffy just for the aggression. So you have this heavy rush line of 2 of that, 3 of the minus rush Sanji, 3 of the Monkey D Luffy. So you're just saying, every turn, I'm just swinging into you. Good luck trying to kill me. I'm a 7k.
For sure. Very, very strong deck. We even get to see the Katakuri in there, which is really cool. But this is Purple Black Luffy, which was one of the new starter decks. Now we have Red Whitebeard. Look, I was surprised to see this top over in America. This deck has been crushing it since OPO2. You know, it was one of the best decks in OPO2, and there's just some Whitebeard players who are able to consistently get tops no matter what meta it was. When it was dominated by Sakazuki in OPO5, there was Whitebeard. Even in OPO6, when we got Gecko and Black decks, there was Whitebeard. BY dominating in 07, 08, there was Whitebeard. You know, he's just able to survive every format, and he's here again in OP11, the OG 6k leader. He has 6 life, which is absolutely insane, but at the end of the turn, you got to add 1 card from your life to your hand. And we've got a bunch of really strong cards. So we've got the Chump Blocker Chopper, we've got Search and Nami, we've got the 2k Sanji, which is normally just a 2k, but can be used to put a lot of pressure on if you need to against some decks. A really good strong blocker in Shiraya. Sanji, one of the new cards. Old Blackbeard decks never ran cards that had power less than their leader, but this Sanji, you're happy when it gets KO'd, because on KO, you get to draw a card. We've got a new Frankie in there. We have 4 Rush Ace. When gets removed from effects, you can bring it back with -2,000 power. Izzo, which is able to give your leader a Don, I believe it is, and as well as on your opponent's turn, you can trash a card in hand, I think it is, to get +2k. You've got your Rush Luffy, your Rush Ace, you got your Roger in case people just block her up. You know, either of us on 0 life, because I'm going to be on 0 life quite early. I can just turn this Roger sideways and say, you can't block. Doesn't matter if I'm swinging into your board or whether I'm swinging into life. If you block, I get to win the game, as well as Badman and Kick Course, just good defense. Radical Beam, good defense, as well as Gum Gum Mole Pistol for some removal.
Yeah, 100%. I've tried this deck out a little bit. It is just, it's the old style of I play on curve and I turn my card sideways. Good luck, buddy.
It is very strong at doing that, and has a lot of crush cards to help it out with that. All right, that is all we have time for this round, guys. We will catch you during round 8.
players, that is the end of time. You are now in overtime. You have 3 turns or the 5 minutes on the clock, whichever comes first. This is turn 0. Spectators and people that have finished their games for the main event, can I please ask you to head into the foyer so the judges can see which tables are still playing? Thank you.
One Piece players, the Buggy event from 4:30 will be slightly delayed just while we have one other side event finished.
One Piece players, your round pairings are up. If you are in the main event and you are still playing, get to your tables so we can finish this off.
Everyone, and welcome back to round 8 of the Sydney Regionals. We have a great game for you guys now. 2 players on the bubble of top 16. So let's jump right into the table and have a look at what we're watching. All right, so it looks like we have UP Luffy versus Green Purple Luffy. The 2 boogeymen of the format finally coming up against each other today on stream. First time we are seeing this matchup. We're seeing both decks individually, but really cool to see how these 2 decks interact with one another.
Yeah, 100%. If you ask a lot of players in this room, they're like, okay, I'm either going to play green, purple, or blue, purple. Which one is it? I don't know. Which one is the better matchup spread in the room? How do they even go into each other? It is a very interesting thing. I've heard both sides. I've talked to various players who are like, oh, it's free. It's free for blue, purple. What do you mean? Well, of course you play blue, purple. And others go, no. They're bad players. You play green, purple into blue, purple. It's free for me. And so it's very interesting to see, depending on how that player likes to play the game almost, depends on which deck they prefer in this matchup.
For sure. And I'm keen to see this. Look, both these players are 6-1. They have a very strong record, so it'll be very good to see what each player decides to do, when they decide to do it, how they decide to attack each other, when to starve, when to attack board, how to develop their resources and stay ahead. It's a very intricate matchup, and we've got 2 of the top players to do it in front of us.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's from the very high-level strategy, from what I understand is, as the blue-purple player, you're looking to ramp, you're just looking to starve. You don't really... Sure, you'll poke into the leader once, whatever, that's fine. If there is a board to swing into, you are 100% swinging into that board. You would rather dig for these big mums and go, okay, I'm slowing down the game to the point where I have 13 cards in hand, I'm blue, so I play pudding, you don't. You can never do the same to me. So it's very much like a blue-purple, so sit back and go... You can dictate the start of the game, I'll dictate the end of this game. And so we'll have to see whether or not Daniel here can hit his ramp turn, hit any ramp cards these turns. And yeah, like I said, right here, just not swinging on. Yep, no attacking. Whatever you draw and search is what you're playing. You're not getting any of these life to start off with.
For sure, and it's definitely very impactful when it comes to later in the game when we look at... Green Purple's board, and they're all rested and they're all small, and every single card in Jaden's hand will matter at that point.
Yeah, 100%. So looking to see what Dan can do here. Did he hit any ramp? So yeah, just going paying 5, God Thread. It does KO something irrelevant. It is a ramp card, and that is all that matters right now. Wanting to get up to that 8 threshold that we've been talking about as quick as possible, and then so we can start playing out these things like the Katakuris and the Sanjis.
For sure, this is definitely a rough hand from Dan. Would have loved to be able to use any other ramp card to then use God Thread on this Sanji pudding. But honestly, the ramp is quite important. We may see even that red rock come down to remove this Sanji pudding coming on the coming turn. Got 4 Don open, quite possibly could be a Zorojuro, or maybe we see a double stage come down to try and protect this Merry-Go. Because honestly, if you're Jaden, you're probably thinking he wouldn't use God Thread if he didn't have another one in hand. So if I can protect this, it'll be really good. So we'll see the protection come down on the Sanji pudding. And we might see a swing, or if there is another stage, we might see that. Doesn't look to be, though.
No, I think potentially just coming down going, yep, we're going to swing 10. I want to get you to 1 or 0 life. So when we do get to this end game, say me trying to protect my board and then pushing through lethal 1 turn, you don't have this ridiculous 3-4 life plus 6k plus gum giant that could happen. So we do see Dan go up to the 8 Don. We'll just be playing this Kata and going, okay, this is the scary turn. It's like if Jaden can push through damage here, it is huge. This is like the one turn as a blue-purple player, you're like, I just pray he does nothing. If he does nothing, I'm in a good position. The more stuff he does, the more scared I am.
For sure. If there was a 6-cost rush Luffy, if I'm Jaden, I'm slamming that right away. He's probably searching for it as we speak. Top 5, no rush Luffy in there. There is the event that can go searching, but I don't know if it's worth trying to gamble for it. Maybe you still do it, maybe you don't. I don't think he has another Sanji pudding or anything like that in his hand from memory. Looks like we're just going for the Merry-Go. For defense, is able to defend the Sanji pudding from Big Mom, which is quite important. But honestly, I think Dan is thrilled there's no 6-drop slam down this turn.
Yeah, 100%. He can, if the less impactful this turn is, he can block, give a couple 2Ks. Potentially, if he has Big Mom in hand, just go down to 0 life and go back up to 1 next turn. He will start getting the stack. So he starts, this is the turn that Dan will get all the information he needs. So like kind of play it out the next couple of turns and see, okay, what are my options? It's just how far can Jaden push it. So we will see a 7K swing come through. And we will see potentially, if the block comes through, if we do see, I don't know if you can block in this situation because you can get punished by the event coming down and then just going, oh, I'm just going to swing big into your kata.
Yeah, for sure. But we do see the pass come down, just playing another body in Zoro, and Dan gets to do his first top 5 search. Seeing the Big Mom in there is nice. I don't think Dan has a Sanji in his hand, so he may just grab the Big Mom and use it to maybe put the Zoro at the bottom of the life, because that Sanji pudding ain't moving.
Yeah, 100%. So
looks like we're grabbing the 2K. All right, that's not bad. Grabbing the 2K, we might be putting God Thread into life, which I believe on trigger just gains a Don. As we said before, a lot of purple triggers just end up gaining a Don. Draw for turn. We draw the God Thread. All right, looks like we might be trying to play a little bit more defensively this turn, leaving Big Mom in the stack. So during our next turn, if we find a Sanji in the top of the stack, we are able to play it very defensively. We see a second Kata come down and just a pass.
Yeah, I definitely think leaving up these 2 Gums, you definitely only really want to use 1. Obviously, you leave open the second for, well, I'm going to lose. I'm going to definitely use it. It's better to not lose the game than not have my leader effect. So definitely keeping up the 2, because it's also, there's no reason, you're still starving as the blue-purple player here. You're just like, you've got to generate in your resources. I'm not helping you do it. I need a full board of 9Ks before we get to that point. And then as Jaden, you're kind of like, I don't want to swing these characters. They're just free. There's free poke from the blue purple to swing into. So it's like you're in this awkward like stalemate situation where you just like, I have to find the perfect time to start this poke. Otherwise, it's just all going to go downhill for me.
For sure. And Jaden not having much to do in his hand. We could just see like the 7-cost Luffy come down and a swift pass back over to Daniel Peck. But that's rough. That's not what you want as Jaden. You need to be applying that tempo, right? But these Katakuris are big, they are beefy, and they're going to block 2 of the swings and make Dan only need to combo out like 1 or 2 cards per swing. And then with the Giant as well, it's hard. It's very, very hard.
Yeah, 100%. Like the back-to-back Kata, I think as weird as it seems, Dan is actually in a very good position right now. It's so early days, but like the Kata is just such a strong card. Like 8K free block plus poke, it just gives you the flexibility to be able to remove characters while keeping these blockers up.
For sure. Well, eyeing off that Gamma Knife could be worth swinging, hoping for a block, and then Gamma Knifing. But the problem with that is we still have another block with the Katakuri, but looks like we're just going to slam the 7-cost Luffy. Nothing to play off. No Sanji pudding, no Zoro. So both players off to a rough pace. Jaden definitely had a better start, but Daniel being able to claw back with that leader ability to look at top 5. That consistency is amazing when your opponent doesn't have the nuts.
Yeah, 100%. It was very interesting to see what Jen decides to do with the rest of this Don, whether he just puts it all on his leader and just goes, okay, give me one of your Gum Giants, please. I'll at least get 1 out of your hand now. Maybe by forcing you to do this, maybe you didn't plan to do this and the stack might be weird, but we do see the poke come out. Very interesting. It's kind of like you're almost just giving it up, but you do want to bait this. So now you go, okay, cool, we can Gamma Knife this. The problem is you have the second Kata going, hey, I mean, this one's a 5, but this one's still an 8. I'm going to just block this one and then just give you the counter I was going to give you anyway. It's a very rough situation for Jaden, I think.
For sure. And look, at the end of the day, you're getting a couple cards out, right? Because you can go 6 and then 8. But that 6 is just a 2K, right? And we saw Peck search it off the Uso Hachi. So we could see that come down. But Peck being very smart, going, look, I'm not actually worried about the cards I have in hand, because I know, like, I'm looking at the board, I'm chill with this board. The cards in hand isn't how this game ends. How this game ends is me not having the right card. So I'm using this Gum Giant as consistency, not as defense, right? I didn't need it there. I'm using it as consistency.
Yeah, I do think we see all the perfect stack coming through. We see the Sanji, see some events, we see the Big Mom. I think we'll definitely see the grabbing of potentially an event or the Sanji, drawing one or the other, and then just going the classic play Sanji into Big Mom into putting that, Sanji putting into life and getting your own life. Jaden here forgetting to use that field, which will actually be huge right now. It means that the Sanji Pudding actually can be selected for this removal effect. And you'll probably then just see one of the Katas swing into the Zoro, clean it up, and then just go, okay, I've advanced my board state, you've lost yours a little bit, nothing gained from you. Do something again.
For sure, and the very smart thing is obviously Jaden has no clue whether there's actually a Big Mom in hand or not. So Daniel's just going to swing 8 into the Sanji Pudding. He's just going to swing it and say, show me a 2K. But then Jaden's going to go, well, you know that really neat trick you did where you decided to Gum Gum Giant for consistency? Well, I'm going to do the same thing. I've left Don open. I am probably Gum Gum Gianting for consistency. I have 3 breaking up my hand, and I do not want that. We're going to swing 6 first into the Roronoa Zoro. Potentially just see the 2K come down. The 8 probably into the Roronoa Zoro. I guess Peck knows he has that removal for the Sanji Pudding. Jaden going, ooh, this is a little bit scary. But Peck also knowing he wants to remove both, and only one Gum Gum Giant comes down. And he's also happy for Jaden to go back down to 7 Don. And it's probably at this point where he's a bit annoyed that he didn't use stage and he left it inactive.
Yeah, 100%. I think swinging into the smaller character, it is kind of like, okay, well, this one should be free, but you also do get more cards out of your opponent's hand if they want to defend it. So swinging into the Sanji Pudding, it's like, yeah, you get 2-2, and then you can clean up the Zoro pretty easily. But if he wants to keep something alive that's in rest mode, it is going to be a lot of effort and a lot of resources out of the hand to get there.
For sure. Jaden very much eyeing off that Gum Gum Giant, and I think it's less in terms of he wants to use the giant to save this Zoro. More so, I want to use this giant to see 2 new cards.
Potentially,
please show me some new cards.
Yeah.
And that's one of the crazy parts about Gum Gum Giant in these purple Luffy decks, is that at some point you just use it as a draw 2.
Yeah, 100%. It's like, well, my hand's not bad, isn't too bad. I'm only swung out for 6 and a 5, but I just need to see new cards. It feels bad, but you already know that Don isn't really an issue in both of these decks, so you just go, I'm just going to use this as potentially a pot of greed almost in a way.
For sure. We'll see the 1 Don get tapped. We'll see the Gum Gum Giant discard 1, draw 2. That's the Sanji Pudding, and that is the Zoro Draw. Those are the 2 cards that Jaden will want to play next turn. We see another 8K swing come down. We see the 9-cost Big Mom be played. Don -1 and a discard. Gotta see the discard first. All right, we don't need 3 Katakuris. No. We'll gain the life. We'll return Don. End of turn, we'll restand the Katakuris. We'll get the Don back. So when I Gum Gum, I'm chilling. I still get to use my lead effect and draw another card the turn after.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very, from Jaden's perspective, very rough position to be in. You're already facing down 2 Katakuris, haven't been able to like push much damage through. You still have 5 life, but the longer the game goes on, the more 9Ks are on the board. And so once Blue Purple gets this board full of 9Ks, it's like, well, I'm not going to play another one. I'm just going to swing for bigger numbers now. And it's very rough when they get to that state.
Nah, most definitely. And the other thing is that they just start playing like Dan runs a Doffy blocker. He's just going to start using Doffy blocker as a chump blocker or use the Nami to find more consistency pieces. Like, he has so many options behind him. And we're protecting the Sanji Pudding this turn, not making the same mistake as last time. See the Zoro Juro come down. So not too much pressure coming down this turn. And I'm assuming nothing is going to be swung because it's just going to get blocked by the Katakuri and not really do anything. So we'll probably end up seeing a pass from Jaden in this position. And this is where Peck probably starts to deal the damage, right? He's like, even though Jaden has a big hand, if I swing into life here, I'm probably killing him over 2 turns. We'll just see the block come down from the Katakuri. Jaden's like, look, there's no reason not to rest my leader.
Maybe he just forgets I have 2 blockers and he gives me a card instead. We do see the 8 come out. It will just be a block and then a 1K. So you do accomplish something, but yeah, you do have a Luffy Tyrant rest mode, which now will be the target for all these big characters coming back in the other way.
For sure, and that is a big hand from Jaden, and we do see a Pudding in Peck's hand, thinking whether or not to use it. I think he's kind of laughing. He's used so many lead effects and hasn't found a single 9-cost Sanji yet, which is a little bit rough. We grab the 2K Sanji and thinking which order to put it.
Potentially stacking the Big Mom at the bottom, saying, I don't need this turn. Hopefully next top 5 I look at, there will be a Sanji in with a Big Mom, so then I can play both at once.
For sure. I'd be very surprised if we don't see that blue pudding come down this turn, just absolutely rip Jaden off his hand and swing into the board. I think Jaden has 7 cards, so it's a -2 in hand, which is pretty gosh darn valuable.
I can see a world where Dan does swing into leader first for 10 and go, okay, well, there is a risk that you'd get out of this, but if you don't, then I get to rip even more cards out of your hand.
For sure, yeah, there's definitely an option. I think Peck just wants to play more big bodies. He's like, let me just swing 8 into this Luffy Taro. I'll just get the cards out of your hand the normal way.
The old-fashioned way.
The old-fashioned way. Let me just turn my cards sideways. Let me keep forcing those Gum Gum Giants out of your hand so you keep going to less and less Don. Because he still has that Red Rock, I believe, in hand. Yep, is that the front of his hand? So maybe he's thinking of playing it this turn. So looks like something's going. It's probably the Sanji Pudding that's going away, because getting that Don back inactive is pretty nasty. But, you know, if we're using that Red Rock, we still have 4 extra Don we get to attach. So there's a very good chance we'll see like a 10k swing coming down from the Linlin, a 10k from the Katakuri as well. And then we have 1 Don left open, but we're just letting the Luffy die. And back with that, like, oh, okay, I didn't expect that. I think I'm happy with that. I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure that's what
so
I
now I
wanted
think
to
he's
see.
adjusting his game plan. He's like, well, if you're going to take these hits, my pudding's getting tastier and tastier at this point.
For sure.
And at what point did Jen go, am I in trouble if I take this 8 now? So, like, normally you'd be like, yeah, that's fine. I just want these cards in hand. I'm comfortable at 2 life still, 3 life. But then you go, it's blue. Blue, I have to always be worried about the pudding card.
For sure. And even if it's like a Gum Gum Giant that comes down, Peck can still use that 4-cost pudding.
Yeah, 100%.
And then he can also use the 6-cost. Doesn't look like we see the pudding coming down this turn. And now Peck deciding what to do with the turn. I'd be surprised if we didn't see the Red Rock. He's pulled the pudding to the front. He's still thinking about it. Pull the Red Rock back to the front. Definitely thinking what to do. He doesn't have many big bodies in his hand, so I think the Red Rock is just the safe bet. Let's go. Yeah, let me just get rid of that Sanji Pudding. I have 4 Don left. I might just leave 4 Don up and active. I don't need to use it. I'm like, it's sure theoretically inefficient, but what you got to do with this deck is it's the surprise, right? I'm waiting till the end of my turn to allocate my Don. I'm waiting to see your reactions, and that's when I'll decide whether or not to allocate my Don. And it makes it very hard for your opponents to play around because your bodies are so big.
Yes.
Right, the 8 versus 9, it's not actually going to matter that much, right? But going, oh, okay, he's attached to Don. That means I'm not seeing a 9-mon come down because otherwise he's tapped out. Small things like that matter a lot.
100%, yeah. Definitely one of the most heads-up plays you see with this deck is you always do the poke first before you play any cards. You want to give your opponent the least information as possible. So you go, okay, I'm gonna put the feelers out. I'm gonna poke all these cards into you. Once I know that, then I can make the decision based on what you did, based on your hand size, what the board's looking at, where the life is. Now I go, okay, now I can make my decision point. Obviously, you have an idea of which one you're gonna do depending on how they react. But things definitely do change if they trigger something random or they do something that's unexpected. You're like, is there a way that I can punish this because it doesn't seem correct to me?
For sure. And when I was testing blue-purple Luffy myself, sometimes you just kind of have these bad hands and are unable to kind of play the game. Well, that's at least what I thought. But watching Peck throughout this game, he has played a bad opening hand, right? No 9-cost Sanji. That's one of the key cards in the deck. He didn't have ramp on 3. He had to use God Thread to clear nothing to ramp on 5, which is rough. And then he had to gamble on the 8-cost Katakuri and go, let's hope you don't push me this turn so I can stable behind it. Plays the second 8-cost Katakuri, has Don open for Gum Gum, very methodical, was able to get himself into a winning position at the moment. And now it's whether Jaden is able to claw his way back against a deck that draws 2 cards a turn.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely some heads-up plays from Dan. Like, not always putting this Linlin hand. Normally is like play like, I've got no big cards. Oh, I'm just grabbing the Linlin. I'm going to put it, I'm going to play it. But he goes, no, saving this for later. If I don't need it this turn, I have the Red Rock. I can remove things. I can poke. I can use my Don more efficiently. So I'll wait and put it in my hand. Because if I do find this Sanji, I'm just like maximizing the odds to make better plays in the long term. has definitely been there. Jaden definitely not seeing this rush Luffy on curve has definitely been rough for him. It means his whole game plan has been slower, and the more he slows down, the better it does get for Dan. So the slow couple turns he's had in the middle here have just put him what seems behind a lot.
Yeah, we'll see a 9K swing into leader. Dan is either going to Gum Giant or block and 2K. He has 2 Gum Giants, so it's not surprising to see that come down straight away. What's really good for Dan, though, is that Gravity Blade next turn. Nope, never mind. He wants to discard it. I was going to say Gravity Blade just clears Jaden's board, but Dan does not want any of it. He's like, I don't need it. I want to keep digging for the Sanji. If I play a 9-cost Sanji, I'm in a really clean spot to win the game.
Yeah, 100%, because he knows the next card on top of his deck is that Big Mom. So this is maximizing his odds at seeing other cards to pair with that Big Mom that he knows is in there. So he's having a look now. Did he hit that? I think that is the 9-cost Sanji, the card
I think it is too. I think that is a 9-cost Sanji.
Yep. So
I think we might be able to finally see the debut of the reason the deck's really good, which is kind of crazy to think about when we're like 7 turns into drawing, and Peck might not even want to put the Big Mom second from the top. Oh, he's thinking. Ooh.
He's just going to draw it for turn.
Yeah, he just wants the Big Mom for turn. He doesn't want to play the Sanji off it, which a little bit interesting. I have to ask him about that at the end of the game.
There's a reason they're there and we're here.
I know. He's a lot better at playing and a lot better at yapping.
Exactly.
See a 9K swing into leader. Now, the important thing to note is this Luffy is just a 5K. So that little Robin blocker is going to be quite strong to stop one of the attacks, but all these other swings are going to hurt. And even though Jaden has a really big hand, still not going to stop them hurting less.
Yeah, 100%. We do see the Gum Giant come down through here. Just getting out of one of these attacks. I don't think we saw the leader effect last turn, so he's still a 5K base, meaning this is another card needed out of hand. This could be a pudding turn from Dan. He's like, okay, well, we'll reset you now. You can cycle, get these Gum Giants out of your hand, and now you can draw 5 random cards. So you don't even get the option of drawing back into them. It's a very interesting play to sequence like this, and it seems to be working if we do see that pudding come down, which we do.
For sure. Jaden choosing not to Dom minus on the Niggerum. He was probably like looking at Dan's like, he looks too happy that I blocked. Yeah, I'm not minusing a Don to draw another card. I'm just going to get puddinged either way.
100%. Yeah, I definitely think the pudding after all these attacks, a lot of players will just slam it immediately, but knowing you kind of want your opponent to use the Giants before you pudding, so you don't shuffle them back in. Instead of going, it's essentially the difference between I'm playing for a long game, I just don't even have these resources, versus I'm going for game right now and I want you to have random cards to try and defend with. So Dan actually didn't really care less about what the cards in his hand were when attacking, more just the amount of them. And then afterwards he's like, okay, now I don't want you to have the randomness to start your next turn.
For sure. And I think the other way to look at it is when Dan's attacking and Jaden has to use Gum, Jaden loses to Don.
Yes.
Right, so Dan wants Jaden to use Gungma. He doesn't care about the draws. He doesn't care about the power. He just cares about Jaden having 2 less Don for him to try and find some shenanigans or some way to pull out a victory. And it's rough now. It's rough at this position. We don't see any rush Luffys, so no attacking this turn. Got no way to attack with anything besides the board this turn. So it will be very hard for Jaden to do much. We see the Sanji pudding come down and draws the rush Luffy because, of course, after you commit to doing something, you see the other option you wanted to go for. But that can be a little rough sometimes. The leader gets plus 1K for the turn, well, until the end of Dan's turn. But is that enough to survive? I think we're down 3 Gum Giants. We're down 2 Nico Robin blockers, and you're looking at 5 swings with 1 life.
Yes. Very rough position to be in, no blockers in hand. It is kind of like what can I do to not lose the game at this point? You're not even trying to, you're just trying to prolong and get like, okay, what are my outs? How do I actually get back into this game? Whatever it is, even if it feels bad and feels losing, I just have to go for that essentially at this point.
For sure. All these cards look a little bit rough for Jaden to grab. The all dead. He wants counter. Not able to find any. He's probably going to slam the Zoro. No, slams the Nami first. Let me look at the top 5, hopefully find a card with counter. We found a Nami which has counter, but we can't grab Nami off Nami. So we grab another dead card. See both players just kind of laughing to themselves going, yeah, look, no counter off 2 searches is a little bit rough. You know, losing the 1k counter off a Nami search is kind of rough. We'll see a 9k swing come down, and we're just going to see a Gum Gum Giant. Peck going, you know what, I want to see more cards. We'll draw 2.
Yep.
And it looks like we'll protect the Sanji Pudding all one last time, and then get our lead effect to look at top 5.
There's definitely a Sanji there this time. We will see if he will play it. I think it's more of a... I guess Dan at this point is just kind of going, I don't need to play more big boardies. I'd rather disrupt my opponent than like progress the board further. My board is already good enough to win the game over 3 turns, as long as I don't lose. Play another Sanji Linlin doesn't speed it up enough where I think it matters. I'd rather go for the safer options in case there does come something from Jaden's side which can disrupt my game plan. So I'm just going to keep go poke, 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 probably just play out this Nami and just go, okay, draw 3, put 2 dead cards at the bottom of my deck and go, I have so many cards in hand, you cannot win the game. Even if I do not win this turn, you are not winning the turn after.
I think you're overthinking a little bit. I think Peck's just going to go whack, 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 and that will be a game.
Yeah, there we go.
A nice and long game, actually. Both players being at, well, I guess Peck being at 10 Don for a while. Jaden floating around 7 and 8 for, you know, maybe like a 5, 6, 7 turns. But Jaden just not being able to get through those Katakuri blockers. Having 8k blockers is really strong, and when GP doesn't have any top end, it is very, very difficult to get through them once blue-purple stabilizes. But that was the end of our round 8. Daniel Peck is now 7-1 with a very high chance of making top cup.
Yeah, 100%. Good resistances going into it. We're still waiting to confirm whether there will be one more round. So once we do know that, we will let you know. But we'll come back to the booth with us.
That was cool though. We got to see the 2 decks, right? We got to see GP Luffy, we got to see UP Luffy, the best deck of last format, the best deck of this format, come against each other. It wasn't the best early game showing for either deck, right?
No.
Jaden he didn't have any plays for the first couple turns, no searches. He had the Sanji Pudding, but then didn't have anything really to follow up. He had to play the 7-cost Luffy Taro for no effect, which was
brutal.
Very, very brutal to see. Peck had to play God Thread for 0 effect as well. So even if Jaden did have the 4 Don Zorojuro play, he wouldn't have done too much, right?
That's true.
So it was a very interesting game to see when both decks start off a little bit slow, which deck ends up on top. And I guess it makes sense. When you have a deck that draws 2 cards in the late game, it's going to end up on top, has a bigger bodies. UP ends up on top if GP doesn't come out of the gates. But that was the end of our round 8. We'll take a short break, and if there is a round 9, we will catch you guys during round 9.
We'll start shortly. And if you are in double...
allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime he might perpetrate next?
He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim of this suicidal maniac.
That's from the time our last album, that's what we've been doing on this time period, working on our beats, working on our
Hello everyone and welcome to the final round of Swiss here for the Sydney Regionals. I am still here with Kevin.
Hello.
Kevin, are you excited for the last round?
Yes, it is going to be a great last round. We finally get a first-time deck on stream again, deciding who will be in top 16. My energy levels are peaking before they crash. Let's get straight into this game.
All right, we have two of our players to watch on stream. They're all set up, ready to go. Nice playing Bello Betty, a fast aggro deck, and Fabian playing blue-purple Luffy. This is one of the games that Fabian could stabilize, and it's really long, and Fabian kind of takes over the game, or Nice could just go way too fast and way too aggro, and it's over nice and quick. But these are two of the top players. Nice with multiple regional wins, and Fabian, one of the top players from Singapore, winning a bunch of stuff over there.
Yeah, 100%. It'll be often Nice to see whether he can put the pressure on, build this wide board real quick, kind of get these characters out, and then go, okay, leader effect, discard card, give a bunch of characters 3k, and go 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, and go, please give me cards from hand. So we do see the search out here for one of the Ivankovs. I get them confused all the time. A lot of the Bello Betty cards look very similar, but the Bello Betty effect, you can trash one card of a Revolution Army type, and you get to give 3 of the Revolutionary type cards, or characters with a trigger, plus 3,000 power for the turn.
This is the first time, as you said, we are seeing Bello Betty, but it is one of the decks that was quite highly represented, 9% on our meta share for the day. Nice coming down, playing that 4-cost Ivankov. This Ivankov allows you to play another character if it has power 7,000 or more, I believe it is.
Yeah, so we will see the discard of the cat character. I can't remember the name. It's been a long day. Boosting up that power and then going, okay, I will go -1 card in hand, but I then get to essentially play almost like an RP lore effect where I get to play another character. I will bring out the Karasu. This Karasu is key in this matchup. It's key to the deck and key in most matchups, to be honest. On play, you get to give up to 3 of your opponent's give up to your opponent leader character's 1,000 power during this turn, and when attacking, if this character has 7,000 power or more, you get to do the same effect. So generally, you get this out, you'll minus the character, then you'll swing into it with leader, you'll get a card out of the hand because then it's 5 and a 5. Next turn, you can then go, okay, use leader effect, give the Ivankov and the Karasu plus 3k, swing with the Karasu, go 8 into 5, and then you'll be able to poke with everything else while still developing this board.
For sure. Fabian playing a blocker just in case he either needs bodies to swing back into Nice's board, or whether he just has too many dead cards and wants to find counter, or just needs the blocker to survive. Very strong card. And deciding whether or not to swing with the Zoro. Does he want the Don? Obviously, because it's a 4K, it won't be able to hit Nice's leader, which is perfect for Fabian. He does not want to allow Nice the chance to get an extra card to defend his life, to defend his board, or to be able to trigger out a body.
Yeah, 100%. A lot of these revolutionary outcomes do have a trigger effect, which essentially just says play this card out, and you do get these free cards on board to then swing with next turn. So normally an annoying part of the card being a 4K is actually a benefit here, where he does get that one inactive. The Gum Gum Giant is live. You would really not want to use this early. It sets you back way too hard. But if a lot of these big attacks come through and Fabian's hand just is all bricks, he may be forced to do it.
For sure. Look at the top 3 for a card. Looks like we are eyeing off the Bella Betty, which is just a searcher, but with the leader becoming a 5K, similar to what I talked about in that Yamato deck list. You know, when your searcher becomes a swing, it's very efficient, it's very effective. However, because of BP Luffy being a 6K, you really need that Karasu down for those 1 costs, or those 2K cards to be valuable. We see the 6 cost Koala come down, adding a card from your life to your hand, and then playing a Revolutionary Army blocker.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. I think it gives you the ability to gain that life back as well. Never mind, wrong card. Yeah, so you get to play out a 4 or less and then draw a card if you do. So essentially going, well, you're stalling me. The stall's not working now. I'm taking my own life. I'm getting my board flooded. And we do see almost a perfect curve from Nice here so far.
For sure. This Karasu's going to swing -1 on the leader, so it's 5K. Nice with 3 cards in hand, but he's... double Karasu. His leader, after swinging with the other Karasu, if he wants to, will be a 4K. We see the 1K block come down. Other Karasu swing for 8 and minus another 1, so leader is a 4K, which is insane. Oh, choosing to minus the Nami instead of the leader, so the block doesn't come down. A 7K into a 5K swing. This is kind of insane. To think this is a 6-Don board. You know, 6-Don, he has 5 bodies, all 5K or more, 2 of which are Karasu, which are insane, but he only has 2 cards in hand. It is quite doable for Fabian to swing it back into these boards and remove a decent amount of cards. This is Nice's last swing for the turn, though, but this Zorojuro sticking around could be very important for Fabian. But no, Nice realizing it, swinging into it.
Removing that access to that, so you can't then get that free swing back into that 4-cost Inazuma. So, or 3-cost, sorry. So we do see I think the interesting choice in that turn was using that second Karasu effect to minus the Nami instead of the leader, making them both 5K, saying the math is fine if you're a 5. I'm not actually swimming that hard into your leader, so I'd rather you not get a free block plus be able to defend it. I'd rather you say, well, they're effectively the same thing. There's no point in blocking, essentially.
For sure, we see another Nami come down, draw another 3 cards, bot deck another 2. Very efficient blocker. Was able to remove 1 of the Karasus, but whether that's enough or not, I honestly don't know, because Fabian really wants to be at 8 Don at the start of this turn, so hard for him to be able to use a Gum Giant. He does not have a Gum Giant, though. He is willing to lose all his cards. He's willing to tap out and going, I'm definitely not Gum-Gumming. If you can kill me with your board, sure, but you have to deal 3 damage to me with 4 swings, which is hard. It's a very hard thing to do, but these bodies are big, and you're able to give them a pretty big buff with the leader. So at minimum, we're seeing 8, 7, 9, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, definitely. We do see these 5-drop Ivankov come down. Let's look at the top 3 and play a 4 or less, I think, from the top cards that you can search. So it's just essentially another free body coming out saying, I'm not going all in this turn. I will be the game is not ending this turn. I'm just going to keep on building this board. So, like you said, this searcher then comes out. We get to then search for more cards. Looking at that, that was very close to, I think, being very unfortunate searches there. But then hitting that 4 or 5 off the top there is very nice. But essentially saying, yeah, this Bella Betty 1-drop will probably swing at you next turn with no Don investment for like a lethal hit.
For sure, it is a very nasty spot. Nice using lead effect to discard 3 cards, buff up the board, and let's see how it goes. We've got the Karasu, which will swing 8k into a 5k leader. That's crazy, man.
Yep.
The buff is insane. You always have to keep swinging them back into Bella Betty's board.
Yeah, normally the 8 or 5 is not a great thing to do on the blue-purple, but Fabian deciding that swinging the 7 was more important than keeping that Don up, and at least maybe bluffing the Gum Gum or the Gear 2, saying, no, I know it's going to come through anyway. I'm just going to try and guarantee removal on the board.
For sure, and then we get the leader effect going to the next turn. Being able to draw 2 is going to start to be very important. 8 into the Nami. The Nami is gone. Nick's probably not Science for swing Koala. He will swing 9k. Fabian is just going to take that, and I think he's just like, come on, please give me 9, Mum. Please give me the 9, Mum. I think there was 1 in there.
I think there was 2 8-drop counters in there, plus a couple counter cards. I'm not sure on the hands. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not he does have it. It does help a lot to clean up this board a little bit. But if Nice does have some counter in his hand to then save one of these characters from that swing, it's still looking very dire from Fabian's. And this is the power of what this support over time has for Bella Betty has done. Yeah, you play the game with no cards in hand. But if Luchi's not a real deck because Buggy's around, well, then Bella Betty's now a real deck again, because the main counter of Luchi just going, oh, I'm just going to kill your board without interacting with you, the threat's gone. Like, you can just effectively flood the board. This tempo-based meta is great for something like Bella Betty.
Yeah, for sure. Fabian's choosing what card to add, doing a lot of math on how much counter he has for next turn, thinking whether that Katakuri is enough to survive a turn. Whether he needs counter, whether he has to bottom deck these cards and hope to draw a random card off the top deck, whether he needs RNG on his side, or whether he has enough in those top 5 cards plus his hand to survive one more turn. And I feel like at the end of the day, all Fabian really needs is 1 9-cost Big Mom. That 1 9-cost Big Mom, if he has it, is able to put the Karasu in life. You're able to swing 6 into the Inazuma, which means he only has 3 swings next turn. You have the blocker, you have the life. You got a Don open for Gum Gum Giant. It is quite interesting.
I think it's a very rough situation depending on hand size, though. Like, those 4 attacks, 1 life, 1 blocker, they're all still very big attacks as well. Because remember, you get to discard 1, make it a 5, 9 base. Plus, you have all this Don to work with. Like, these attacks are still swinging through big numbers. And you only have 1 Gum Gum. If you don't have the kit out, you're kind of not going to get much there from that point.
Just showing
that he drew into it.
Bot deck the cards and going, oh, well, all right, am I blinding it? Am I hoping that the top card of my deck is 9-cost Big Mom? In which case, I'm in a good spot. We swing 6 into the Karasu. I've got the 2K that was searched. Looks like Fabian's just going for it.
The blind flip here.
I got nothing. Bottom deck it. That's probably going to be the end of the game. Nick shaking his head, so it's a little bit rough. Got to bottom deck that card if it is a whiff. Not too much for Fabian to do here. Just going, you know what? I'll let you dump into something. I'll swing 6 into Karasu. Give another 2K and just pass it over. I'm assuming we're going to see all the Don on Karasu plus the discard off leader. Give everything the power and just go very, very big at leader. Starting off with a nice easy 9 into 5. Yep. I've got the Gum Gum Giant discarding a Gear 2. Ready? Watch us see a 9 mum off this. It would be a little bit rough. Fabian still not...
Yep, and then, yeah, this is just...
Not dying out yet, waiting for it. And, okay, now we see the concession comes down. It is a rough matchup for Blue-Purple Luffy, but the 9 mum could have been enough for him to stabilize.
Yeah, 100%. It's definitely still not, like, it doesn't get him out of the woods, but it gives him a fighting chance in this game, for sure.
For sure, and Nice being able to see the Ivankov into the Karasu. into the Koala, into the Karasu was pretty rough for Fabian.
Pretty good draw.
It was pretty good draw. Not much better he could have hoped for. So rough for Fabian to be able to get there. But these are, as we said earlier, two of the better players we have in the tournament. So really cool to see how these guys calculate their way to the end of the game. And congratulations to both of them. Nice being 8-1, guaranteeing himself a spot in Top Cut, while Fabian at 7-2 still has a chance to bubble into that top 16.
Yep.
So we'll bring it back to us.
That's it.
That's the end of the day. Look, we hope you guys did enjoy it. We had a lot of different variety of decks we got to show off in today's event, in today's stream. It was very enjoyable for us, at least. It was good having you with me, Kevin. Look forward to Top Cut tomorrow. Any other last comments before we wrap up the stream?
No, I think it was a great day of One Piece. There were a lot of good plays on stream. There was a lot of variety. I'm glad that we got to see all of these decks and didn't just turn into the Purple Luffy and Friends kind of showcase that it can sometimes turn into. So I hope you guys enjoyed it, and we'll be back tomorrow with our top 16 cut.
Sounds good. We'll catch you guys tomorrow.